unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Hi, you guys. I know, I feel like I've been on here so much lately. It's like either it's totally hit or a totally miss. That's where we're at. So hi, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I wanted to do a live last night, but I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. It was my husband's birthday, and we were celebrating that and just hanging out with his fam. So I think that, are there transcripts of the 3 days? That's not a dumb question, Michael Osbrook. We have partial transcripts. She is creating the rest of them for me. So I have certain testimony. The testimony that the defense requested is what I have, outside of Walla, because she wouldn't give me Walla. And then she's supposed to be creating the rest for me. So I didn't get to go live last night on Delphi, even though I know that the article for Fox 59 with Ricci came out last night. So I figured, hey, you know what? We'll throw a Sunday live in because tomorrow we're back to Christina Parcells. So I won't really have time to do it mañana. So here we are on a Sunday, getting to spend our last day of our weekend together. Yeah, Sleuthy, yeah, perfect, thank you. So hi, Fiend, what's up, Boston Christian? Hi, Judge Jessica. Hey, Laura. Hi, Chelsea. I love that we have so much to talk about with Delphi. I know, I'm trying to do some other cases, but you know, Delphi just comes, it is what it is, for crying out loud. Hi, Laura. Hi, Post Punk. Let me scroll up here. Hi, Big J. Hi, Just Deb. What's up, Marissa? Let me see. The Indiana girls here. Good to see you. Hey, Jade. Lots of love from the UK. Hi, Peggy. What's up, Nola Mama? Hey, Anja. Hi, Travis. President's Day tomorrow. Yes. So we're going to be doing tomorrow. There's no court for the Christina Parcells case, but we're going to be doing some read-throughs of some of the motions, the pretrial motions, so that we tried to go into that trial blind, and it was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. I don't like it. And I don't think I'll ever do it again. I'm not going to say I won't, because God only knows what I'll decide at some point. But I don't like not having all the info. So tomorrow we're going to do kind of a catch up on that case and see what we come out with. Legal Lacey. Hey, Sarah. What's up, Rotstar? Joanna. Hey, Aloha. Hi, Snappy. Shboogies. Hi, Ems. Hey, Carrie. Judge Jessica. I don't know if I already said hi to you. Did I already say hi to you? I don't know if I did anymore. Hey, KO. What's up, Chansey? Law Junkies in the house. Hi, Gina. Hi, Schmeed. Happy Sunday, Schmeed. Hi, Heavy Metal. Crisis averted. I was actually trying to organize stuff in all these stupid files I have all over my computer. I was trying to organize stuff and I just lost track of time. I was like, I'll do this for like the 20 minutes until the live starts. And then all of a sudden I look over, I'm like, oh shit, I'm supposed to be live. Hi, Jamie. Hey, Marshall. Hi, LFT. Hi, Aaron. Hey, I posted a comment for you about Alex Fields. Yes, I did see it. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Four Pits. Toast says Fitz News has good info on the Hughes case. Yeah, I was reading through some of their website. Knowing too much is a blessing and a curse too. That's true. That's why we tried to do it. I mean, I wasn't blind, but I tried to do it a little bit blind. It just did not. It didn't. It was just not for me. What's up, T-Dub? All right. So on the agenda today, if I missed you guys in chat, I apologize. Alex Fields is from the Christina Parcell case, and apparently he's somebody who had come forward and had been solicited by Mello at one point to do something, and so they thought maybe he was a suspect. We'll talk more about that mañana. Pretty Lies and Alibis has done some good overviews on the case as well. Hi, Christine. What's up, Susie Q? Hey, Baby Bill. Okay, so today on the agenda is we are going to talk about the letter that Ricci Davis wrote to Max Lewis. If you guys remember, Max Lewis is a journalist, and he had actually requested through IDOC to have an interview with Ricci Davis, and they told him no. But then Ricci was like, "No, I'll just write you a letter, Max. Don't you worry. I got you, son." So he wrote him a letter, and they published it yesterday. So we're going to go through that, and then we have not actually had a chance to talk, even though it came out a few days ago. There was an interview with Mike and Becky Patty that they did with Raphael, even though yesterday I called him Raquel. I have no idea where that came from, but Raphael Sanchez. I have not watched the whole thing. So I had watched like the clips that were up on YouTube. I think it was like 4 minutes here, 3 minutes there or whatnot. So I have the whole thing, and so we're going to actually watch that together. So if you guys have already watched it, and it's just going to be a lot of commentary and whatnot. So I silenced. He's like, I love it when inmates reach out to the press. It's like, hey. Hi, Charles. So I guess before we get started on that, I think everybody in Delphi has probably been talking about this today, and I don't have any personal confirmation outside of people who know people, and I'm at the point where I believe it's probably true, but it's probably not something that I'm going to say for sure because I don't have any firsthand information. But another channel creator who goes by the name of the Captain Howdy did amazing work on YouTube, did amazing work covering the Delphi case, even if we didn't agree on everything. Very talented with his editing skills. And so apparently there has been some reports that yesterday he essentially killed his wife and then himself. That is absolutely devastating for human beings in general, and also for our community in Delphi. It's just a huge loss, and I would be very, very sad to say that is, from what I'm understanding, to be fact. And I would hope it wasn't true, but at this point, there's so many people that have reached out to me and told me that they know firsthand that it is true. I just don't know firsthand that it is. I know, yes. So I mean, many massive prayers to her family, to his family. Last I knew, I believe they have a little boy together. It's just absolutely devastating that becomes a reality in people's lives, and then it hits to somebody who they have a lot of articles on it, but they hadn't named any names last I had looked, so I'm not able to. Like I said, I believe it's true just because of the people that have come forward who do know him personally. I just cannot confirm it 100% myself because I do not know him personally. So the Lake County, Indiana Coroner's Office identified them Sunday as 42-year-old Amanda Dusick of Worth, Illinois, and 45-year-old Douglas Venable of Lake Station, Indiana. And I know that he wanted to stay very anonymous throughout YouTube, so a lot of people don't actually know his name. Julie, I would say that you probably do. So that's him. I didn't know they actually verified who it was. So it's his channel name is the Captain Howdy. Covered a lot of Delphi. He has covered other cases as well, but obviously, I think for our community here, we know him through the Delphi videos. But he was just a very I mean, he seemed very kind. He was very kind to me all the time. Like I said, even if we didn't agree, I obviously just, domestic dispute turned ugly. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay, sorry about that. I loved his videos. He seemed he seemed very, very genuine. That's why I said, I mean, even if we didn't agree on everything, he was very kind to me at all times, no matter what. And I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know anything about his personal life to say what was truly going on, or, anything along those lines. Don't he, HCC, Snay, Greeno, and Julie, part of the original YouTube crew way back at the beginning? He was. So he was actually one of the only channels. Matt Sullivan, too. That was like who was kind of around when I first got into the Delphi scene, was like Greeno, Matt Sullivan, and Captain Howdy was around. Like those were kind of, and Gray Hughes. Those were like the big Delphi creators at that time. From covering the story to being the story, it's absolutely devastating. And like I said, I just wanted to make sure that I send my prayers out to his friends, his family, her friends, her family. Just, and if you're struggling with your mental health, make sure you reach out to somebody. It's that, that's just not the answer. Unfortunately, it happens too often. So, all right. Yeah, very sad. You missed your favorite. I mean, a couple, they were on it back then. Oh, no, they didn't come around. They didn't come around until Keegan Kline. And that was they, like, with the Keegan Kline transcript was really where they kind of took off, and then the Ron Logan search warrant. Yeah, so they weren't around when I started digging into the case. It did happen inside of a gas station. I believe that's where she worked at. And so I believe he went to her work. So just, there's a lot of people on the YouTube streets that were very close with him. So just make sure that you guys are, showing your kindness to people, even if you don't necessarily agree with them on a case. Doesn't mean that they're not, hurting that their friend is gone. So, all right, back to Delphi. All right. Let me share my screen. It's insane about the captain. He was a great, talented man. Rest in peace to him and his wife. Right. ABC Chicago has it. Do they? I think MS did a show with the captain. Okay, so that's, different captain. So there is the captain from True Crime Garage, and then there's Captain Howdy. And a lot of people kind of just refer to him as Cap. Chicago was the first place to print the story. I think it was in, I'm going to say the wrong place. It starts with an M in Indiana. I want to say like Maryville, but that's not right. So don't take that, because that's not the right place, but it's something along those lines. And I'm sure if you look around there, you'll find articles discussing it. I didn't know that they'd actually confirmed who it was. So just a sad day, and a sad reminder of, make sure you take care of your mental health before you worry about true crime shit. Merrill, yeah, that's what it is. Merrill, I can't even say it. Merrillaville. Hopefully they're not still here, are they, Susie? I don't know. I don't even know who that is. But can't really. Somebody before the live even started was already trying to troll it. Yeah, his channel name is The Captain Howdy. Yes, Mama Bear. Merrill Laville. I don't know how to say it. So you guys in chat are all saying it. Like, you guys are probably sounding it out too. No, not True Crime Garage Captain. It's The Captain Howdy. Merleville. Is that how you do it, Fiend? Michael Cat, Hoosier the Bruiser, Captain Howdy. Yeah, Cat's been gone a while. Some people call it the Delphi curse. Okay, let's get back to this. So if you guys want to look into that, and just send your thoughts, your prayers, over to their families. That's a devastating loss, devastating tragedy. Last video you saw was 6 months ago. Yeah, I think he'd posted on his community wall around the time of the verdict of Delphi. And it's not his first time that he's left YouTube. I think it was more of a side gig for him. And so, okay, so this is an exclusive. Inmate says the Delphi prosecutor ignored his letters about Ron Logan's confession in a letter to CBS 4. So in a letter to Fox 59 and CBS 4's Max Lewis, the inmate who is at the center of the latest legal battle in the Delphi double murders case, said that prosecutor Nicholas McClellan ignored repeated efforts to inform him about a supposed confession to the murders made by a man who was once a prime suspect. The letter was mailed to Fox 59 CBS 4 studios by Ricci Davis, who is serving a 50-year sentence. It's just an incredible amount of time for that charge, but I know he had other issues, other legal issues. Who is serving a 50-year sentence at the Newcastle Correctional Facility for dealing methamphetamine. The news had previously requested an interview with Davis regarding his role in the Delphi case, but was denied due to quote-unquote safety and security concerns. In 2017, Davis was in the same cell block as Ron Logan and told investigators that Logan had confessed to a step-by-step killing of Abby Williams and Libby German. Logan owned the property where the girls' bodies were found and was sent to prison shortly after the murders for a parole violation. However, prosecutors said that Davis failed a polygraph test when investigators pushed further into the confession. Davis wrote in his letter to Fox 59 and CBS 4 that he was the one treated as if he had done something wrong. I was too requested to be placed on a polygraph, Davis wrote. It was made all about my motive, i.e., media attention. It was not about motive. I'm a man who has kids myself and felt deeply for them baby girls and families. So based on this whole polygraph thing and Davis having Tourette's, I was doing a little bit of research with my Google expert degree. And from what it seems is that when somebody has a condition such as Tourette's, you actually you should not, I shouldn't say cannot because you still physically can, you should not actually be administering a polygraph test to them because it would absolutely skew the results of said polygraph. So that's just my Cecil Google degree. So, take it for what you want. I am not a polygraph expert. So Davis said he was also asked to condense Logan's confession into less than 2 paragraphs and recounts being threatened with a perjury charge if he wasn't telling the truth. I'm not sure how that would be perjury, but okay. He also claimed that he offered to wear a wire when speaking with Logan. Meanwhile, a man who got a 14-year-old pregnant is only serving 8 years in Newcastle. I know, see, I'm like 50 years for this. That's like freaking crazy. Yeah, same with autism and other things. I am an expert, Chelsea. Yeah, if I had to go testify, I could totally testify to who can and who cannot be given a polygraph. Yep, Cecil's the new name for Google. So he offers to wear a wire when he speaks with Ron Logan, and he was told, "Nah, Mr. Davis, it is okay. It isn't really it isn't necessary, really," Davis wrote. This can be denied. This cannot be denied by McClelland, as the entire setting was fully recorded by video. It is undisputed facts that he can make. Of course, he has made effort to silence my genuine efforts. So Sleuthy thinks they strapped him to like a blood pressure cuff. I would be curious to know if the investigator who was there doing the interview with Ricci Davis was even, I don't know if they have to be licensed in Indiana or how that works, like credentialed to be able to administer a polygraph. Travis says, so on Mac, sadly, about 98% of the time, a letter like this at this point in time from an inmate turns out to be zero. Guess would just need to see what investigation occurs on this. I highly doubt. Yeah, how much time did DG get, Sarah? I think we all know the answer to that. Is he a polygraph guy? Judge Jessica? Hey, Jen. Hey, DB. I don't care if they strapped him to my mama. Crane Reed, you definitely could testify in Delphi because they allow Google degrees from expert witnesses. Yeah, I definitely could take the stand in Gull's court. Absolutely. Yeah, Chris, we're going to touch on that. We're going to touch on that for sure. So Logan supposedly told Davis that McClelland was a longtime family friend and will have his back. Said, I was told by Ron Logan in advance that Nicholas McClelland told a couple family members of Logan's and Ron Logan himself, if I am elected, I will let Ron out. I don't believe he committed that crime. Davis said things got worse as Richard Allen's trial got closer. He said he wrote 7 letters to McClelland about the confessions before he, quote unquote, before he convicted an innocent man. Davis wrote that he initially believed Allen had had a hand in the murders, but changed his mind after the trial was over. So I realized then all I was told by Ron Logan was there, after all, and secondly, Richard Allen was not a guilty man after all, Davis wrote. This left 2 uncharged men and now back to 3 uncharged again. Davis has alleged that Logan told him 2 other people were involved in the murders with him. Davis also accused McClelland of lying during a December press conference when he was asked about other potential suspects in the murder. At this point, we don't believe any other actors are involved. We don't have any evidence to support that, McClelland said at the time. If evidence comes out in the future to support that, we'll obviously investigate it. I think he actually says, if Richard Allen wants to tell us more, we'll absolutely investigate it. Davis accused McClelland of having a reckless regard for the truth, and in the letter to Fox 59 and CBS 4, Davis indicated that he would like to ask McClelland if he could sleep at night. I'm not asking to be believed. I'm asking for people to ask questions, follow the evidence, and let them poor victims have justice, Davis wrote. As well as a jury settle Richard Allen's jury with all the facts not distorted by a prosecutor covering up cover-ups. This is what McClelland did not want heard. Davis closed his letter with this message: pray for them girls and families, free the innocent, seek the guilty, and stand for true justice for all, good and bad. You know that Nick's just going to be like, whatever. It's not a big deal. Who cares? Nobody's going to believe this guy. He's just a meth head. A letter from an inmate to a media outlet is 0 and might be something Brady is post-conviction typically, not direct appeal. When Michael pops in here, he can explain it all. Yeah, for me, I understand what you're saying, Travis. This doesn't have to do with the legal side of things, but they did. I mean, with Baldwin going and interviewing him, they'll use that, and he already has. Baldwin's already filed to preserve any of that if it does exist and is reaching out trying to get it. But this for me is we actually have a journalist that's trying to be a journalist, which is what Andy Baldwin had asked for forever. So we have somebody who is reaching out to these people that are involved and saying, hey, like, I want to talk to you. And so for me, like, I'm proud of Max Lewis. Like, just like, I hope he keeps going and doesn't quit. That this isn't the only person he tries to interview. I hope he keeps pushing and does the actual investigative journalism that we've been missing in Indiana for a very long time. So it's kind of twofold. This isn't going to affect the legal side of it, but you already have Baldwin working on that. But this should affect the journalism side. Like, hey, if we all stand with Max, I mean, let's be real. He's a reporter. They still are looking for the story that's going to bring people to following, their news. So if we all stand with Max and be like, okay, Max, keep going, then maybe he'll continue to push and he'll have more resources behind him than we do. So it's finally like we have journalists trying to be a journalist. So like us that have been asking for it need to go and make sure that we support a person like Max Lewis. Yeah, they won't let him, he works for them. So they won't let him waste his time and energy on something that isn't bringing in any following or revenue. And it's just the way the world works. You guys know that. So if we want people like Max to keep digging, then we have to go support them. So here's the letter. So I'll read this for you guys. This is in his All Eyes. Have you not heard? Oh, goodness. Somebody in chat, maybe I'll fill you in while we read this. Where did Jamie go? I saw Jamie's had a question up here. Does it line up with the lost interview months in 2017? Yes and no. So it won't line up with the Delphi DVR fiasco where they recorded over all the interviews. But we're wondering if it lines up. We were talking about, Sleuthie and I were talking about this the other day. Does it line up with the amount of audio and video that was missing from that remaining, what was it, like 62 days or something like that? I might be wrong on the number, but right, it lines up with the no audio ones, but that's still sketchy. And I just don't know if any of those are from I don't know if any of those were like outside types of videos, though, like of an investigator going to interview somebody at the prison. I just don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to go back and look, but somebody in chat might actually know. DB, what are we stopping? DB said stop. Okay. That's the key point, T. Have to show some love for a reporter willing to not just follow the party line. You all saw the local coverage. Pretty pathetic. Need someone to be asking DA serious questions. Heck yeah. Oh, you're being dramatic about Captain Howdy. So yeah, if you guys, I'll just quickly, if anybody who joined late, the Captain Howdy, not to be confused with True Crime Garage, the Captain, the Captain Howdy, who has a YouTube channel, covered Delphi, apparently went into his wife's work and shot her and then killed himself. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the stream, so if you guys want to go back and kind of hear more of that, about that, or what I had to say about that, we definitely talked about it at the beginning, but that's what happened. Tragedy. Absolute tragedy. Yeah, Jamie. So that's another thing I was thinking too. Was like, okay, are we really? I think this is where Sleuthy's like, did they just like slap a blood pressure cuff on this dude and make him think he was taking a polygraph? Did they take him somewhere and actually administer a polygraph? We really don't have any answers to that. We have no idea. We have no idea. He's like, oh yeah, I happened to bring this polygraph with me. If you would, yeah, Mullen connected him to a fax machine. I just wouldn't be surprised by any of that if any of it was true. They'd be like, that's just, Holman would come on and be like, that's just what we do in these types of situations, in these interrogations. We just slap a blood pressure cuff on them and just, pretend so that we can see if they're telling the truth. And then we just, we scribble stuff down on a pad. And it's just, that's how we were trained to do it. In all the trainings I've been to, that's how we were trained to do it. Probably just put his finger on his pulse. He's like, okay, I can tell if you're lying. So don't do it. Don't do it. So it says Fox. I mean, it's got some nice writing in this one. Fox 59 News, dear Max Lewis and news reporters and publishers. He's so proper. Let's just make it a little smaller so we can actually see the whole thing. So this is regarding the missed interview to the Delphi Murders by Ron Logan and the Indiana Correction Facility. Fingers under his armpits. Probably tells him to put his own fingers under his armpits, and we'll be able to tell this. It's the read point 2 method. It's how we learned. It's how we were taught. It's how we were trained. There ain't nothing wrong with it. It's just how we do it. He writes like a pirate. Shboogies, how many pirates do you know? And how often are you reading their letters? Now I want to pull up like pirate writing. How many pirates are you reading letters from? He loves a good stencil. I want to know, like, is this how pirates write? Now I'm curious. Arrgh. Arrgh. So I am sorry. So I am sorry of the additional blocks of my continued effort of being able to speak of this. It has been a rough road of fighting against suspicious behavior of Carroll County, getting ahead reporting that I simply failed a polygraph. Somebody actually transcribed this. That might be easier to read. Let me see. Yeah, too many that would sound of legitimate reasoning to disregard, and the DA accusing of dishonesty with reckless regard of truth himself, and knowing my information will cause answers by the community demanded in addition to integrity within the trust of bringing forward this case toward Richard Allen. Yeah, Spooky should probably read it since they know how to read pirate. That be a pirate. That be a pirate letter. That be pirate handwriting. Although I am the furthest fan of people who commit certain types of crimes, but to agree to allow a sex offender walk right out of prison on your watch with a promise that if you are elected into office, you would do so. I was told by Ron Logan in advance that Nicholas McClelland told a couple family members of Logan's and Ron Logan himself, if I am elected, I will let Ron out. I don't believe he committed that crime. McClelland was referred as a longtime family friend and will have his back. Believe Ron was not joking either. When the investigator was sent, I am the one who treated as I am the one who treated as I done something wrong. I was who requested to be placed on a polygraph. It was made all about my motive, i.e. media attention, It was not about malice. I'm a man who has kids myself and felt deeply for them baby girls and families. I was asked to take the important, most significant facts, placing into quote unquote less than 2 paragraphs, be writing them on the paper seen on the news a couple months ago. So I asked, quote, if I've been speaking to Ron Logan for months, how can I limit it within sentences? End quote. I was just told to do the best I could. In return, I did. Before I remembered that I was told that I could be charged with perjury and asked if I wrote truthfully. It was ambiguous to ask because was the information Logan said truthful? I did not have such answer, but I knew I was. No one would answer, just informed, just to do the best I could. All I wanted was to talk like men. So essentially, I just wanted to tell them what I knew. I don't know if Ron was telling me the truth. I only know that I'm telling the truth about what Ron told me. So that's all I could tell them. And how am I supposed to write that in less than 2 paragraphs when I've been talking to this guy for months? I was so upset I just offered to give me a recording device, and under full observation, they will have a recorded confession by Ron Logan. I was told, nah, Mr. Davis, it is okay. It isn't necessary, really. This cannot be denied by McClelland, as the entire setting was fully recorded by video. It is undisputed facts that he can make, of course. He has made effort to silence my genuine efforts. It gets worse. While Richard Allen was about to go on trial, once again, I attempted to notify the 3 who were involved once more. There were facts and evidence to lead them to, but he would not speak to me since it related to Logan. Not 1 letter, not 2 or 3, but 7 letters before he convicted an innocent man. I at first believed Richard Allen possibly had his hand in it. However, the same evidence that I priorly reported, he taken the same before the jury, making the case against another man with a straight face. I realized then all I was told by Ron Logan was true after all. And secondly, Richard Allen was not a guilty man after all. This left 2 uncharged men and now back to 3 uncharged again. McClelland knew this, as family communicated that the letters were passed on to McClelland. After Richard Allen's conviction, McClelland got on TV live, receiving his many pats on his back, and told the families of the girls and the community that he has not been aware of any other suspects, as that was the first question by the media. I'm not asking to be believed. I'm asking for people to ask questions. Follow the evidence and let them, poor victims, have justice as well as a jury settle. Richard Allen's jury with all the facts not distorted by a DA, covering up cover-ups. This is what McClelland did not want heard. My only question is, McClelland, can you sleep at night? But can you really, though? P.S. Pray for them girls and families. Free the innocent, seek the guilty, and stand for true justice for all, good and bad. Signed, Ricci Davis. So, like Travis said, this isn't going to be legally binding to make anything happen, but it does go to a journalist finally digging in and trying to get answers, and not just some YouTuber like reaching out to people. It's actually a journalist who's trying to publish this and get the world to see what's happening. So let me see what you guys have to say. I'd want to be believed if this is what I really thought happened. Right. You'd want it to at least be somewhat taken seriously, like somebody actually come and talk to me and listen to me. I'm surprised that they wouldn't want anything recorded between the two of them. I think that's more surprising to me than anything, because why wouldn't you want this person who's supposedly confessing, who some of you guys think did do it, because that's what he hired an attorney, because you guys are telling him you think he did it. I asked Google, early polygraphs included devices that measured blood pressure, breathing, and cardiovascular activity. Sleepy Goosey nailed it. Ricci is hot now. He renounced his YouTube supremacy vibes and freedom rights for Ricci. Logan was very popular. Kathy Shank's daughter is quite fond of him. Yeah, but isn't she has like what did she call hers? Some type of like blood oath, essentially, but I don't remember. That's not what she said it was. Somebody in chat will tell me the right word, because that's not what it was. But there's really something wrong with McClellan. Like he's a vampire or something. He's so sus. I don't know what's happened to the Delphi world, where now everything is vampires and pirates. I don't. You probably are right. Like at this point, like I don't put anything past anybody. Amy from Case by Case has been communicating with Ricci. Maybe get her on here. Yeah, I could talk to her about coming on. If you guys aren't familiar with her channel, she did a lot with Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth. That's actually how I found her channel a long time ago. Because it was a Delphi rabbit hole that many of us lived in back in the day. I bet McClellan finds a way to deny it. He'll Google how to. You're gonna get something from Judge Gold that's like, don't let Ricci talk to anybody anymore. He's not allowed to communicate with anybody outside. All of his mail is gonna be fucking lost. He renounced his Nazi ties? Did he? So to backtrack on, the defense had filed to have multiple people transferred for the trial, which they ended up not actually having transferred because the third party was thrown out by Judge Gull. But Ricci Davis was one of them that was on the list. And I think it was 4 people. It was James Haas, who was another person Ron Logan allegedly confessed to. It was Ricci Davis, James Chadwell, and Keegan Klein. It was 4. All people who had confessed or heard confessions. And so we had heard of all the names of those people except for Ricci Davis. So I mean, I know for me, and I know a few other people had started kind of digging through, like, who is this guy? Where, how does he fit into anything? And from posts on his Facebook and maybe Twitter, Instagram, it was something else. He had a lot of ties to Nazis. He really firmly believed in the Aryan Brotherhood. I don't know anything about where he stands with that now. I have no idea. We did a long, hi Mothman. We did a long live on it, posted it on my Twitter. Yeah, back when he was very first brought up, right? I do remember that now. I know, all lies, I know. Well, in my mind, he renounced his YouTube supremacy rights vibes. He didn't have a lot of ties. He had tats, LOL, but he, being in PC, seems to suggest he isn't rolling with them at the moment. That's why he's in protective custody, because he left the Aryan gang. Interesting. Okay. Shiloh says Delphi's like the Bermuda Triangle. It's got pirates and vampires and disappearing things. Honor Bound. That's what it was. It was like Blood Oath. Blood Oaths, Honor Bound, Travis, I just rewatched the May 8th, 2024, The Delphi's Privileged, Confidentially, and Mandated Reporting. What's the difference? It was so eye-opening in light of new MS info. Dr. Fonda, where's that at? Is that mine? That's not mine, right? That's not my video, right? That sounds way too long for my video, but you never know. They threw Leon Benson in solitary for him and his sister communicating with the media and posting on social media. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if something happens like that with him. I wouldn't be surprised if Gull or Nick makes some type of pull or uses some type of pull to get him to have to shut up. They won't like him talking. Even if people believe him, don't believe him, it won't matter. They don't want him talking. Nick has aged like a pirate. Maybe that's what's up with the hair. Is she Twitter legit? I don't know. I don't know if Kathy Shink's daughter is Twitter legit. Does she have like a check mark, you mean? No idea. But people said that they did research and found out that she is actually the daughter, and that's her pen, her, what do you call him, a pen name. Hey, Salty C. When are you back? When are you back? Ange, I'm on my alti because I'm not home. But hey, criminality. We get all the cranks together. It's a crank reunion. No, it's okay. I was like, that sounds really familiar. Like I've seen it, Dr. Fonda, but then I was like, I don't know if that's actually mine. Okay, it is. That's the one that I did with Travis. Too much. Too much. I don't know what's in light of the new MS info. I don't know. I can't track those people. I feel like I'd be a pirate. Yeah, Reese Davis is going to see a safekeeping order here real quick. Signed off on. Can we circle back to when the juror said she laughed at Slick's hair and then we got a haircut? Case by Case said she warned Reese not to talk to MS. I would warn him not to talk to MS too. I'd warn everybody not to talk to them, but that's just me. That's just me. All right. So make sure you guys are following Max Lewis on Twitter if you guys are on Twitter or X or whatever the heck you want to call it. And Reese Davis is going to be coming for Wade Wilson's crew for sure. Maybe they read his outgoing mail. They should. Hey, Case, there you are. We were just talking about you. All good. All good things. All good things. He's going to take. Did you guys see? Okay, so that's not a case that I really cover, but I have followed. So I'm probably going to say his last name, Luigi Mangetti. I never say his name right. But he's in for dealing meth, Travis. He was caught for meth, but that's side story. Reese actually called in on himself. But this is an interesting side story. But so Luigi wrote a thank you to all of his people who have been writing him on Valentine's Day. He put out a statement that said, see, I can't do it, bogies. I can't Mangione. Okay. And you know I'm going to say it wrong the next time I say it. So I just want you guys to be prepared for that because you know how I am. But anyway, so he puts out a statement on Valentine's Day to thank all of his people who have been writing him, and just says like, hey, I've read every letter that you guys have sent me, and it's 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 so appreciated. I won't be able to write every one of you back. Like he has a massive amount of people writing in to support him and to want to be his friend, I will say. Like, how crazy is that? That he's like writing out statements to all of his love. Yeah, he's got the Riz, as the kids say nowadays. He's definitely got the Riz. Oh, Karen, it's okay. I got you. I understand. Yeah, Davis got 50 years for dealing meth. Who's a sweetheart? Which one? Ricci or Luigi? Chelsea. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not going to disagree with you. Just say ravioli. There's a lot. I mean, that's a whole. If you guys don't follow, it's a huge rabbit hole. And probably why I do end up following it. Of people who do not think that he's the right guy. That he's taken the rap for what actually happened. They don't believe that he's the killer at all. So he does have a ton of supporters who say, nope, this is not the right guy. So and if you guys like weird political rabbit holes, that's one for you. Is YouTube supremacy? They're saying white supremacy, not YouTube supremacy. Are you serious? Why would? Oh, because it's white. Okay, I got you. You can't say YT and not expect for me to think it's YouTube. Hammy, don't make fun of me. See, your team. It's not Luigi. A lot of people are. A lot of people are, and so he does. He has a massive amount of support. It's a crazy political rabbit hole. No, yeah, it's YouTube. That's what it is. YouTube supremacy is so much funner, though. It's starting to feel like all of life is just a psyop. I mean, shit. If you go down those types of rabbit holes, you absolutely will feel that way. That's what the YT is. It's YouTube supremacy. You guys are saying YT. That's what it is. You cannot expect me as a YouTuber to tell you that it's not YouTube. Maybe. I don't know why they're not going to censor the word white. I'm so showing my age right now. Like, that is just not something I would have ever even thought of at all. I would never have read it that way, ever. It's YouTube supremacy. Well, there are people who feel like they are, like, YouTube supremacists. See, Tiffany, thank you. If anybody wants more backstory on Ricci Davis, DB, would you mind pulling Angie's live that she did going through all of Ricci Davis, and maybe even Case by Case's channel where she's been talking to Ricci Davis, and dropping those for everybody? Because I think that there's a lot of insight there. Aaron's like, I still don't get it. It's shorter to do. Well, it's also shorter to do YT than it is to do YouTube. It did. It took me a while. His appeal in PDF form is like the first Google search result. It's okay. T language and social media, new words to Webster's dictionary every year. Yeah, you can't just come in here and expecting that I know stuff like that. I'm not down with the lingo. Just ask the kids. They'll tell you. They tell me all the time how uncool I am. Just be happy I knew what Riz was when Ange said it. He does have relatives. I don't know. I do have a bit of a family tree on him, Bell Mayhem, but I don't remember. He does have a brother. I just don't know if it's Richard. I don't remember that. That isn't ringing a bell. It's all about context. I introduced my boyfriend as my white boyfriend from Connecticut. Oh, your white YouTuber boyfriend from Connecticut. Okay, Hammy, like, make this make sense. Why in the world would you write out the word Connecticut but not white? Like, how? Like, I can't get on board with this. I can't get on board with this. Somebody needs to break it down to me. You're the original Rizzler. What is Sleuthy? It's gone off the rails already. It's already gone. This is what happens when you try to do a white live on Sundays, apparently, because now that's the new thing. Now YouTube is just going to be white. I'm never going to look at YT again and not read it as white. Now I'm going to have to, like, anytime somebody puts YT in a sentence, I'm going to have to try to go, okay, do they mean white or do they mean YouTube? And then I'm going to have to see, like, the context around the comment and see which one fits better. We never clicked the link faster. It is. It's a white live now. That's what it is. It's a white live. No, we cannot have dark mode. If you do, I think it has to be like DK or I don't even know. I'm probably totally off with that. There's no rails. Yeah, there's just no rails. Welcome to Sunday on the White Live. Wait a minute. YouTube is capitalized? That's not fair because she put up a capital Y and then a lowercase t. So then I'm really confused. So then it's like white tube? Y-tube? Okay. So if you do a capital YT, it's either YouTube or you're white yelling. You're yelling the word white. It's like really, really pronounced. Did you say YouTube dark? It's white dark. White. I don't even know anymore. So what is that's a whiter. That's a whiter person. Why is YouTube white? It doesn't make sense. What happened to spelling? It's all dark. I don't even have Siri. YouTube. I'm sticking to that. That's where I'm at. So if you guys want to say that there's white supremacy, it's going to be YouTube supremacy up at the criminality. That's all I can tell you. So confusing. All right, we're going to listen to Mike and Becky Patty. Like I said at the beginning of this, I have only watched clips, bits, and pieces that YouTube put out, but this is the entire interview, so we'll stop for commentary. And this is Raphael. I almost did it again. I don't know why I want this dude to be Raquel for some reason. Raphael Sanchez, who sat down with the Patties and interviewed them, and this is post-trial. I've only seen clips of it, so I don't know if anybody's going to go off the rails or not. I have no idea. I want to call him Raquel. Okay, cannot hear that.
Becky and Mike, thank you for sitting down with me.
I want to make sure you guys can hear it, so we're going to do a sound check real quick. Just let me know that you guys can hear it okay. I do like dark mode. I'll just tell you that. You can hear it okay? Okay.
Emotional, long road, a gag order. The world has been watching. The world watched the verdict. And so here we sit today. What do you want the world to know?
That I don't want to use the word happy, but we're maybe pleased that the verdict came out like it is and we finally got the killer off the street and the girls finally got the justice they deserved. Our system worked.
You can believe.
All right, so we're like 3 seconds in. And I'm going to continue to tell myself this, and so I'm going to say it out loud for everybody in chat. I understand that as the family member of the victims, or of one of the victims, the need to have some type of resolution and to feel that they got the right person, and so you have an ability to, not necessarily for closure, not necessarily to move on, but to put that part of your trauma to the side. I get it. Oh, Sleuthy's up here now. She's going to have some things to say to you. I get it. I just want to say I get it. I don't agree with that necessarily, that they did the right thing here. And I think anybody who knows me at this point knows that I do not agree that the system worked in this case whatsoever at all. That is not to say that the system never works. But 40 seconds into this, so I get it if people are like, I can't watch this or I can't listen to this. I understand. Just remember, like, I do believe that the family members, they want that to be done. And all the research that I had to do for like the wrongly convicted papers that I had to write when I was back in school a few years ago, a lot of the families, once the person was deemed to be wrongfully convicted, they would come forward and talk about how they had absolutely believed that this was the right person, how much they had essentially traumatized the innocent person who ended up being locked up because they believed that that was the person who committed the crime. And now that it was proven that it wasn't that person, how bad they felt. So I just want to try to put that in a bit of perspective. So just maybe to calm it. Hi, Sleuthy.
Hi, Teresa. I just came outside and it's like a snowstorm out here.
It's like 69 degrees here today.
My Valentine's Day flag that needed to come in is frozen. It's like frozen in a ball. Like the wind was blowing and crumpling it up, and then it was so cold that it just got stuck that way. So we're in Struggle City over here.
I can hear the wind.
It's gross.
Yeah, it's hot here. It was hot here today.
All right, I'm taking the trash to the road.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep playing it. Richard's like, please don't make me listen to it. If anybody can't listen to it, I understand. Just attach your blood pressure lie detector cuff to yourself and make sure that you guys stay well.
Believe in the judicial system. It works. We watched it firsthand.
Are you at peace with the verdict, or do you struggle with the verdict?
No, the verdict was fair and just. I mean, that is our justice system, and it worked just as intended.
I personally think this interview shows that they
Bring the girls back.
are not.
Your wind is crazy. And get your blood pressure cuffs and start talking in pirate. I feel like a hostage in this case. It won't let me go. I agree.
Okay. I didn't blow away. Okay. So what I was saying is that this interview makes me think that they are not at peace. I think this whole video screams we are not at peace. Like, this was the most uncomfortable interview I think I've ever watched.
You think so? You've seen the whole thing then, right? You watched the whole part.
Yeah.
Okay, and you feel like they aren't actually at peace with how everything happened.
No, I think that a majority of this is basically just repeating like what Nick did at the presser. Like, I think that this is just like I don't think that they would ever come forward and say that they're not okay with this. And I think this is like if I say it, if I say it enough, then I'll believe it. But I also, someone said, like, is this a hostage situation? And I was just thinking, like, it did feel that way. It felt, the whole thing, when you watch it, it feels very like, here are your points to hit, go do the interview. It's very much about the defense again, how good the state did. They're not corrupt. It worked the way it was supposed to, this and that. But they don't look like they believe it.
Well, they look very stressed out to be doing this interview. I did notice
More
that.
stressed than I've ever seen them look.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let me play some more. Hey, sweet Melissa.
Firsthand.
Are you at peace with the verdict, or do you struggle with the verdict?
No, the verdict was fair and just. I mean, that is our justice system, and it worked just as intended. it won't bring the girls back. That'll never happen. But at least he can't do this to somebody else's family.
The verdict came down on December the 20th. You spoke shortly thereafter. The convicted killer sentenced to 138 years in state prison. Even with good behavior, it would be well over 100 years that he has to serve.
Does Raquel know that the verdict didn't come down on December 20th?
Raquel.
Does he not know that? That's not when we got the verdict for this case.
So
Did anybody get it correct?
we know that was the sentencing, but it doesn't appear that anybody piped up here. You'd think you'd know the day that the verdict came in, but nobody appears to know here in this dining room.
Okay, that's interesting.
Had you allowed that verdict, you weren't ready to speak about the verdict on that day. You wanted to process. Have you processed? And what does that process look like?
In particular, watch Becky, just this whole interview.
It is more than just, because the girls don't get any years back, right? From the act that he did, the girls have no more years to live, and he shouldn't be allowed to live as a free man. I mean, how many years would the girls have lived beyond where they were? 70 years apiece to live up to be 80, 85 years old. Take those, add them on to what he did. There's your sentence. And there's your 70 years, 140, one for each girl.
As a side note, we don't know how long they'd live.
I spent in this kitchen.
It also isn't. It's not what he was sentenced to. But
Yeah, and I hate to say that. I hate to say, like, we don't know that they'd live that long, but you don't, and also we don't sentence people based on that. You know what I mean?
no, but I think that that's some weird math. But okay.
I'm thinking that would this have been their junior or their senior year in college? Had they gone maybe to Purdue or to IU? Surely Purdue, not IU in this area, right? Boiler up in this part of the state. Would they have been seniors or juniors this year?
Well, he would be a senior.
Both would have been seniors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's a lot of, you talked about that when you addressed the court, just they were robbed of the many things that they could have been doing. You could have been planning graduation here in April or May.
Yes, it becomes very apparent. Kelsey's about to have a baby, and even though you're celebrating that, you realize we will never get that with Libby. So every good thing, you realize there's going to be one of those that we're never going to celebrate.
During the trial, and it was a process, and you sat there, was there a piece of evidence as you saw the jury, as the courtroom was full of people, that you thought, or pieces of testimony or evidence that you said, we know in our heart what we know, but this is it. This is the evidence that jury of 12 and the alternates will say it has to be guilty.
Why is she circling her thumbs? Like, I mean, she doesn't stop.
She appears to be bracing for every question.
Yeah, it's very interesting. He doesn't seem to be at odds with this interview.
I'm telling you, this seemed to me the most uncomfortable. That's just all there is to it. This was the most uncomfortable interview of them I've ever watched.
Huh.
While there were a couple of key things that came out, it was really the totality of the evidence and the information presented by the prosecution that put him at the crime scene. He admitted he was there. Of course, he admitted that he actually killed the girls. But aside from that, all the information that was presented at trial, in the totality of all that, is really, in my opinion, what has convinced everything. There was too many factors that all pointed directly to Richard Allen.
I'm gonna rewind it.
Jury, as the courtroom was full of people, that you thought,
Did he just sit here and say that because he admitted to killing the girls? Did he really use that?
Just listen. Play it again.
Okay.
or pieces of testimony or evidence that you said, we know in our heart what we know, but this is it. This is the evidence that that jury of 12 and the alternates will say it has to be guilty.
I believe it was, while there were a couple of key things that came out, it was really the totality of the evidence and the information presented by the prosecution that put him at the crime scene. He admitted he was there. Of course, he admitted that he actually killed the girls. But aside from that, all the information that was presented at trial, in the totality of all that, is really, in my opinion, what has convinced everything. There was too many factors that all pointed directly to Richard Allen.
I would have said, like what? Like what things? And they didn't prove he was at the crime scene, number one. And he never said he was at the crime scene. I personally am of the opinion that he doesn't even know where the crime scene is. And just as a reporter, the gag order's over. This is your time to basically say whatever you want. I don't know why he didn't follow up with, can you be more specific than just the totality of the evidence? What evidence?
So Travis, I'm curious. You said, like, when you say y'all are reading too much of it, do you mean y'all as in us? Because I, for me, I think it's knowing he looks the same as all of his interviews, but she doesn't look the same as her other interviews. She's not acting the same as her other interviews.
No, I've seen all her other interviews and TV shows and crime cons, and she just does not seem usual. This is entirely different than any time I've seen her.
I mean, she looks stressed. She looks scared. She looks like she does. I mean, I can understand why people were saying, like, is this like a hostage situation? She doesn't look like her normal self when she's doing these types of interviews. Maybe she doesn't like Raquel.
I mean, she doesn't even look the same as she did when she was talking to Gray Hughes.
No, she looks way stressed.
Mention of a white van. I think that was a key point that he would have saw coming down that private drive. I think that was a key thing. And then there were some interviews that happened with the state police where his wife was involved, and it was everything. There was two put him at the crime scene. I believe it was.
This interview was released on the anniversary, so the 13th. So I'm sure it was recorded shortly there before. If not, I mean, right that day, but I don't know exactly when it was recorded, but I can tell you that it's definitely after the fact that we know that Nick McClelland lied about the freaking van. So I don't know, maybe they just don't follow that kind of stuff, or they just don't care about that kind of stuff, or Nick's telling them, like, it's not a big deal, don't worry about it. I mean, that I don't have any answers. I have no answers on that. Like, why in the world, like, are they still, is anybody using the van? Is anything credible? I struggled with when we were in trial, much less after trial, and we find out that the van doesn't even come back until 2:44.
While there were a couple of key things that came out, it was really the totality of the evidence and the information presented by the prosecution that put him at the crime scene. He admitted he was there. Of course, he admitted that he actually killed the girls. But aside from that, all the information that was presented at trial, in the totality of all that, is really, in my opinion, what has convinced everything. There was too many factors that all pointed directly to Richard Allen. And then there was the mention of a white van. I think that was a key point that he would have saw coming down that private drive. I think that was a key thing. And then there were some interviews that happened with the state police where his wife was involved, and it was apparent that he had lied to her, that, you know, she said, hey, I thought you said you weren't on the bridge, when he admitted that, yes, he was on the bridge. So he was already starting to get caught up in his own web of lies that he was trying to present out there.
And for you, Becky, was there any point that you said, this is it? This is what I know to be true, but when the jury hears this, or these things, there's just no way that they can't come back with this verdict?
Well, no, walking through the trial and hearing all the evidence, he's right. The totality, it's like it all fits. The timeline, when you put it out there, the witnesses, everybody that was out there, and when you have that flow, it all matches. But I think one of the things that made me go, oh, was during the interview when his wife came in and said to him, but you said you weren't on the bridge. I think on me, when I heard her say that, I think I thought, they're going to catch that.
Was there a time you thought, what's happening here, or this is not going?
I really cannot wait until the public can get access to this interview, because I've heard multiple different things about how that went, and nobody seems to get on the same page about what actually was said on this whole bridge thing, about being on the bridge. Did you cross the bridge? You never told me you crossed the bridge. Yeah, I've heard so many different variations of what was supposedly said in that I can't wait to be able to hear it for myself. But if they have any say so, we never will. And hi, Lana. Lana comes in just dropping bombs. I don't know if he ever actually was able to do the cheating, but we do know that he tried, according to people he spoke with and messages that they have.
Going our way.
I think there was always some level.
Let me rephrase that you felt uneasy, right? Because obviously you know more than we know. You are part of you're part of the process.
No, less.
Was there a part that you felt uneasy and you thought the jury is just gonna hear a story about a man who allegedly has a psychosis and who's not well, who's mental, who's eating his feces, and will buy into maybe that narrative and all the other potential people? You thought this is not going well.
I think that there's always some level of uneasiness, because the fate of this whole case, our community, our families, the future, is all based on 12 people that obviously we don't know, right? They were jury of his peers, and they had in their hands the ability, to make decisions. And I'd like to comment on them. I was very impressed with the judge allowing them to ask questions, and you could tell they were highly engaged, very detail oriented in their questions that they would ask as follow up after a particular person was being questioned or whatever. That was impressive in itself. So that kind of helped us, the fact that they're really digging into this to want to know every detail to make sure specifics are getting figured out. And obviously it came to pass with their verdict. But there was always, until you hear that verdict, there's always a potential for it to maybe not go our way.
In recent days, the defense.
Would he have still respected the jury if they'd come back with a not guilty? I guess that would be my question.
Attorneys have made some filings. They've spoken to podcasters. They've spoken to us, Fox 59, CBS 4, and they believe their client, in their word, is innocent and should not be in state prison. It is their belief that the wrong person is in custody.
Everybody's entitled to their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
But the evidence was presented and the jury decided on that evidence. They may believe he's innocent, but they weren't able to prove that he wasn't there. They never once tried to prove that he wasn't there.
They don't have to.
Or that he didn't do it. They just tried to point the fingers at other people and take the emphasis off of the evidence against him.
There wasn't.
This is just, I'm going to play devil's advocate. This is somebody who does not understand the legal system whatsoever. That is not their responsibility to try to prove somebody else did it or that he wasn't there. He said he was there at a different time. He's not. Why would they try to prove he's not there when he's saying he was there just at a different time? And they did try to show that. And pointing it at other people who had motive, means, opportunity was denied by the judge. So they couldn't do that. Which she knows that. I don't know. That's interesting. She just might not, she just doesn't understand that they didn't, that's what they're supposed to do. That's all the judge left them to do, was to go and try to disprove the evidence in the way that the prosecutor was presenting it.
I don't think they can, I don't think it's not there. So he's guilty.
You both addressed the
I'm gonna
court
rewind
with
it. I want to
impact
listen to her
statements
without my commentary
Or
first.
that he evidence. Everybody's entitled.
and should not be in state prison. It is their belief that the wrong person is in custody.
Everybody's entitled to their beliefs. But the evidence was presented and the jury decided on that evidence. They may believe he's innocent, but they weren't able to prove that he wasn't there. They never once tried to prove that he wasn't there or that he didn't do it. They just tried to point the fingers at other people and take the emphasis off of the evidence against him. So I don't think they can, I don't think it's not there. So he's guilty.
You both addressed the court with impact statements.
She said, so he's guilty.
Doesn't it just seem bizarre?
Not he's guilty because X, Y, and Z. The defense couldn't do these things, so he's guilty.
Right. Exactly. Well, and again, saying the totality of the evidence, but never like saying what the evidence is. I mean, I would be willing to bet that like they probably don't even know. And the idea or the thought is we're accusing him of being there and doing this, and he didn't prove that he wasn't. Prove to us, prove to the jury that he wasn't there and that he didn't do this. Which I'm not entirely sure how you prove you did not do something. It's much easier to prove that you did, and even Nick failed at that, in my opinion. But it's like she was expecting them to. It was a good point when you said they're not saying he wasn't there. So why would they try to prove that he wasn't there? He said he was there. He just was there at a different time. And
Right.
I do think they did get into that. For example, like, does it mean nothing to them that the witnesses were sitting there in the same room as him and no one could say that that was him or describe a person that looks like him?
I don't know how you can sit here and not see the inconsistencies in this evidence. It's mind-boggling to me when it's just somebody on YouTube that doesn't see the inconsistencies, much less somebody in the family. But I don't know how much of that just comes to blind faith into wanting to have anybody convicted so that you can go, okay, finally, I have the ability to, not necessarily move on, but, move to a different part of my life where I don't have to worry about this person being out there. And I feel this sense of, closure, not necessarily closure, but you guys know what I'm saying, like, so that you have the finality to this portion of what's happening. I don't know if that, I am not, and I want to make this very clear, I'm not somebody who has had a family member of mine murdered in an atrocious way like this family has. All I can speak on is just from, looking into true crime cases, talking with other victims' family members, researching things like that. That's where my opinion comes from. I feel like there's so much of this that's just put like towards them, like from a McClelland or from a Holman. That's like, well, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. If it wasn't him, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? The things that she says, or even Mike says sometimes with the totality, but he's always been all up in the investigation, so that's like not really new. But it just seems like Kelsey did the same thing. It's like what they're fed, and it's like that's all they want to be able to repeat, instead of like, I I knowing my personality, if it was my family member, there isn't a piece of fucking information that you would keep from me. Like, I would be digging into anything and everything I possibly could, because that's who I know, that's my personality. But I don't know, maybe they're just like this blind faith in Holman and McClelland, and we know that they're like shady fucking characters, but they don't think they are. I can't, I just can't wrap my mind around like how you do not see the inconsistency of it. So it's either, maybe it's both. Maybe it's a combination of, I want this part of my life to be concluded, and I also just I want to have faith in them, because if I don't have faith in them, then who the hell can I have faith in? Because they're the only ones I got.
Mike, I want to take words out of your impact statement. In your 3-page statement, you expressed appreciation to the judge. These are your words: for her ability to thwart off all unnecessary noise and acts that were deployed during the process. Your letter, though, did not detail what the noise and the acts were. What noise and acts did the judge thwart off that you thought helped, or that you thought were necessary in this case?
I think all the accusations that came out against the judge, and the fact that that was brought up by the defense against her to try to get her thrown off the case. We ended up having to go down to the state Supreme Court, sit through hearings there to listen to motions that were filed by them.
Sir.
Oh,
We did
God.
not go to the Supreme Court because they wanted to get Judge Gull off. That is not why we went. We went so they could get put back on. Like, if you were there, you should know this.
We had to go down and listen to the motions that they filed.
Were they there?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So then they know why we were there. And so why are we saying that it was different? Like, we went there to ask. I mean, that was one of the things.
I don't think Anna went. I'd have to go back and look at the live stream from that day, but I don't think Anna went. Andrew. Miss you, Andrew. Kind of hope you and the family are well. Also appreciate your perspective and the information you share. Andrew, thank you so much. Spoils me. And you guys, there's your gifted memberships. Wait, there's a motion to remove Gull. That's what he. So in the Supreme Court motions, what they were doing was trying to get back on the case. Well, the first one was to have Gull actually clean up her CCS, and then they were trying to get back on the case. And in doing so, they were like, we don't think that we're going to be able to work together with her and get an outcome, and so we'd like her removed. But essentially, at the end of it, when that was like the least thing that was argued. So. Oh, there's Lacey. Lacey's recently watched your Supreme Court live. Patty's were there. You didn't mention Anna. Yeah, I didn't think that Anna was there. What's up, Bob?
What up, Bob?
Bob, when are you going live on Delphi? Everybody wants to know. Everybody's asking.
And just all the pressure. Think about the pressure that was on her as well. They were coming after her left and right, calling out her ability to be a fair-minded judge and to be able to sit on the bench. And she persevered. I mean, she's just a person too, right?
She persevered.
And I was very pleased with her ability to stay on task and not let those things draw her off and draw her away from the case. A lot of people would have said, this isn't worth it. I don't need all this extra noise in my life, but she didn't.
Yeah.
Just to be specific, when you talk,
she's a judge. It's kind of her job.
Yeah, and on top of that, she could have done that, and like, it wouldn't have really affected the case. Like let's just be honest. It's expected. I don't blame you for thinking this way, but everything was in your favor. So, or in Nick's favor. So obviously it's going to be difficult to see what all is happening. But she's supposed to be able to just deal with it. That's literally her job, is to be able to deal with it. To be honest, I don't think she dealt with it as gracefully as we're trying to say she did. But if she would have just left, like, it wouldn't have made any difference. Like, I feel like any other normal person would have just been like, this is like ridiculous. He needs a fair trial. I don't like them, so I'm just going to step away.
Well, but it was a little bit of a competition there. She wasn't going to back down to them. She, like, if she had walked away, she would have felt like
They
she
would
had
have
her
won.
tail between her legs. She wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
She
Well,
wasn't going to do that.
that's not okay, in my opinion, for a
No.
judge.
Yeah, they really like Gull.
Yes, and I just told you why. And it's understandable. You know, if she would have told Nick that he couldn't bring in those confessions and shit, like, it would have been a different story.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, they're commending the jury, but would they still say at the end of the day, I respect the jury's decision if they had found him not guilty? I think that's kind of where I'm at. Like,
Of course not.
People will only respect it if it's out the way that it's supposed to be on their, or that they wanted it to be.
Right.
Other people will say, I respect it no matter what, because they did what they could with the information that they had, But it's like, I'm curious and I hope that Raquel actually asked this question.
Stop calling him that. Good grief.
That's his new name.
Now we're going to forget what his name actually is again.
I already did. That's why. But I'm very curious. Are they going to ask these grieving grandparents about this third party and how they felt about the fact that there's potentially other people out there that we don't get to know about because Judge Gold said there's no nexus because there's no DNA at the scene?
What do you think? Do you think he will?
I do not think Raquel will do that.
You don't think he will?
No.
Okay. I'm not going to spoil anything.
Acts, were these also any of the filings made by the defense?
Oh, absolutely.
And so, but you weren't clear about that either. So I'm going to give you a chance, right? No, because I want to understand what that meant when you said noise and acts. So I hear you on the judge. What were the unnecessary noise and acts that you believe was that noise and acts?
Yeah, it was the filings by the defense team in an effort to try to get either a change of venue or to get the judge thrown off the case. I mean, that's what I guess that's what a defense team is supposed to do, right? Is to take any action and all action to try to be in the best interest of their client. But in this case here, they went after the judge and tried to get her thrown off the case by all their filings. And I don't have the specific filing numbers,
Right.
but
That's fine.
that is exactly, their actions of doing that had to be hard on Judge Gall.
Oh
Pause.
my God.
Pause. Wait, I just want to ask you, what filings do you think get mentioned? She did start it, Bob. She started it. She's a tyrant.
No way. Well, he said that they filed for like change of venue, like all this. What did he call it? Noise and what?
Acts.
They filed for a change of venue, and so that's like just noise, and like that couldn't have been easy on Judge Gall. What? And then they tried to have her removed from the case. Like, oh my gosh, poor Gall. Like, I can't. Like, she's just human. But like, are we really not like thinking about what she did to the defense team and how it was proven in the Supreme Court of Indiana that what she did was wrong? Hence, they were put back on the case?
No, because in general, the thought is that if she had done something wrong, then she would have gotten kicked by the Supreme Court. But The problem that nobody seems to realize, and I'm not just talking about this, I'm talking about a lot of people. The problem that nobody seems to realize is that they basically like didn't even argue that. And the Supreme Court can't just like do whatever. They barely are. I know they put it in their brief, but they barely argued that. Their main goal was to get Brad and Andy back on.
Right, that's what I said. Like they took her to the Supreme Court to try to have her removed. Well, that's not really what happened there.
They basically provided nothing to explain why she needed to be removed. Again, their main focus was getting back on.
Oh my God, the defense is noise.
Michael,
I can't
noise and acts. I also partially blame Nick for not explaining to them, like, kind of.
No, I think that's why I was saying earlier. Like this is Nick and Holman. This is Nick and Holman's doing right here. What we're watching is absolutely Nick and Holman.
This is their talking points. Like in all of their own interviews, this is their talking points.
The noise and acts of a defense team. I can't.
Thrown off the case by all their filings, and I don't have the specific filing numbers,
Right.
but
That's fine.
that is exactly, their actions of doing that had to be hard on Judge Gall. But she stood firm, and for that, that's why I said I'll always be grateful.
Becky, in your letter to the judge,
I'm going to throw up.
you wrote the following about the defense. Your words: they have done nothing but twist the knife around and around in our wounds.
Yes. Through
That's
the last
that's very
2
visual.
years.
That's visual. That's visual.
Yes, the last 2 years. Every time we turned around, they were doing something that would be totally disrespectful to the girls, or just like the photo leak, an unfortunate event. We have to live with that. Whoops, it was a mistake, but we get to live with that. And for one of them to sit in the office, the judge's chambers, and say, I really don't care that those photos are out there. I mean, how do you think that makes us feel? You don't care that anybody from now on can go online and see those, that our great-grandchildren and Libby's nieces and nephews can be out there searching about their aunt, and then these come up and they're faced with them? Yeah. They've done just the fact that they put the blame on other people. Instead, I understand when you're a defense.
He was criminally charged.
It's your job. But do you really go out there and try to throw innocent people under the bus just to protect?
I don't think they're
them?
innocent.
How many people have they messed with their lives?
She's talking about the defense attorneys?
She is talking about the defense attorneys messing with the lives of basically the Odinists. That's where we're at right now, is we're talking about those people. Yes.
What was I thinking watching this? What was I thinking? This is.
You thought it was only 4 minutes long, and I should have left you live.
You should have left me living in my bliss. This is mind-boggling. They are not in the right mental space for this. I'm going to have to agree with you. I'm not in the right mental space to even, I think, listen to this, because this is absolutely, this is noise. This is like the epitome of noise. They're absolutely inaccurate. How many lives did the defense attorney wreck? And then saying about, we're going back to the leak of the photographs again.
Yes.
And what Rosie says about not caring that they're out there, that is a very shortened version of what Rosie meant, and not the context of anything that actually was being said. Did she read what Rosie actually said? Because he's talking about, in the scheme of things, as a defense attorney, that's not where his focus is, because it's not about him. He didn't do it. He had nothing to do with Westerman or Westerman being in Baldwin's office. Like, that's not his primary thing. His primary thing is to create a defense for his client who he believes was innocent.
He also basically said that they were already out there and that his concern was getting to trial, which should have been everyone's concern at that point.
Because they were trying to
Because
hold up with contempt and do it under Richard Allen's freaking case number.
Correct. It was basically, we're adding all of this fuckery when there is something more important going on, in the sense that we have a case that needs to be resolved. We have to go to trial. And this is a side thing. There was full like accountability in the sense that it was like, okay, once the trial is over, we can deal with this. Like, we'll deal with this after the trial. That's fine. But Nick, if we're going to talk about acts, filings and acts, is that what they said?
Acts and noise, the noise and the acts.
Noise and acts, like that should have been the biggest. And to be honest, they should have been irritated by the fact that they did go to do that. They went in knowing that Gall thought that they were incompetent and negligent and basically should be held in contempt. And he still failed to prove that they were.
But poor Gull, putting her through all of that during having to deal with this trial. I mean, she's a saint.
Ugh.
And I don't know, it just seems like that, and like in some of the filings when they would go into detail slowly, and when I really don't want to say this out loud, but just like when he said she died a slow death. Why would you do that? Why would you
Can I
say
say
that?
something? They have to be able to write what they need to in their filings. They should have been advised not to read them.
Well, this is kind of where I'm at, because they say that they don't read the filings, or that they don't read all of the filings. Why, of all the filings that you're going to read, do you read the ones that actually have details that you don't want to know? And then I'm going to go on the other side, and I'm going to say, you sat in the courtroom and listened to McClelland talk about the girls' deaths, and you watched him put up photographs after photographs where he was showing the gallery the photographs of your children or your grandchild. But you see the point behind why he's doing that, so it makes it okay. But if they put something in a legal filing to represent their client, who is technically still innocent until proven guilty in that court of law, that becomes noise and acts. But Nick McClelland doing it is what then?
Also, where's this coming from? Because in her last interview that I watched, which I'm going to say was with Gray, she said that essentially Andy Baldwin was like offended, I'll say, because that's basically what she meant, was that he was like offended and in disbelief because she had not read the Franks memo. Well, what she's talking about right here was in the Franks memo.
That's what Ariel just said too, that she told Gray Hughes that she didn't even read the Franks memo.
Yeah.
Well, that means that that's just from conversations that she's having with very pro-guilters. Like, that's what that tells me. Yeah, Travis, this is where this is the family that got really upset about the Justice for Abby and Libby hashtag. Yes. That it belonged to them and not to use it for a fair trial. Gray didn't read the whole thing either. I don't know. I can't say that one way or the other. I don't know if he did.
You know, don't they know we're going to read it? So why would you stab that knife in a little bit more? Make it hurt a little bit more.
You
Oh,
both
they
are
say that
people of
about
faith.
showing the pictures repeatedly in the courtroom. The defense wasn't the one showing the pictures repeatedly in the courtroom.
Right. And they did make a point to tell people that they were annoyed about the fact that the defense didn't want anybody. We talked about this the other night. The defense didn't want anybody to see the videos of Richard Allen. And it's like, why is no one saying to you, well, Nick McClellan had the choice to only show those photographs to the jury, and he chose to show them to the whole gallery and let them draw sketches of them.
Correct. And I know it pisses people off, but I've said it since the beginning of covering other cases, but specifically with this case, people want the trial to be about the victims, and the trials just aren't. If we were just going to say, hey, that's the guy that did it, we could just go hang him like the old days. Be like, nope, he did it. We say he did it, and so let's just go get rid of him, eye for an eye. The trial is literally for the defendant. And yes, in the end, will the families possibly feel like they got some form of justice? Maybe, but the trial isn't, it's not for the victims, it's for the defendant. It's to make sure that the defendant's rights, his constitutional rights, are protected. And that he has a jury of his peers coming in to say whether he did it or not. Hold on. Oh, that was Bob's comment. I should have known that was Bob's. Lawyers cannot and will not tailor their pleadings to the public, nor should they. Nor should they.
Imagine if you couldn't write what you need to in your pleadings because you don't want to like upset anybody.
But I find it interesting that and I did not watch her interview with Gray Hughes, so I'm going to go with, I don't know what was said, but I do trust that Ariel's saying, like, she said she didn't read the Franks. And then here she's like, did they think we weren't going to read it? Well,
She did. I saw it and she did. And so I'm trying to remember. It might have been a private conversation or it could have happened in that interview, but I can't really remember. I almost want to say the comment was made about the slow, painful death or the slow, died really slowly kind of thing. There was the comment about that. And then remember, I told you about the other comment saying that they lied in the Franks because they said that she brought up to Purdy about Abby's boyfriend's dad, who was an Odinist. And she's like, that was a lie. I didn't do that. And then proceeded to tell the story of exactly that.
yes, you did tell me that. Yeah.
Yeah.
About, well, because she got the information from somebody else.
Yeah. But that she did tell Purdy that exact information when he came to the house.
Her interview with Gray Hughes. So I watched like the first 3 minutes of it, I think, and then I quit. I don't know why I ended up quitting, but I did. All right, here we go.
And in your letter to the judge, and I'm skipping around my own question, but you're sort of conflicted by this, that while in the sense of you are faithful people, you go to church, do those things, can you reconcile all of that? Because you, in your letters, you struggled with that. You even talked about that at some point, like you want to make sure you can figure this out. This is not the moment, but you talk about that. How are you dealing with that? I'm curious.
I've had several conversations with my pastor over this, and no, I haven't made peace with it yet. I haven't. I got to work on it. It's going to take time. It's going to take time and a lot of prayer, I guess, because two girls lost their lives and a monster took it. And to think, my conversation with the pastor was, all he has to say is forgive me. And we're supposed to say, oh, okay. That's tough to swallow. That's one I got to work on.
Mike?
And I think even to that point of to say, forgive me, he hasn't. Nor has the defense for the things that they've done to our families through these leaks. They've never taken accountability for that. Never said, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Why is it always the leak?
As Richard Allen never said to us, I'm sorry for what I've done. He's admitted to it over 60 times, but he had opportunity in the court that day. But yet, what's he doing? Read a person by what they do, not what they say. He's still fighting.
Wait, do it by what they do, but not what they say, but he said he did it. So that doesn't make sense.
And he said he did it when he was crazy. He hasn't said that he did it.
He
You know what I mean?
He also said he started World War III and that he never cheated on a cigarette. So
He said a lot of things.
he really likes Taco Bell.
And I just we always go back to the leaks. And like I said to you the other night, like there are photos publicly available, even through courts, of victims of crimes and in documentaries. Like, it's not a new thing. Like, there are people whose loved ones, their crime scene photos are online, very much visible to people, and have been in documentaries. Like, it's not the only time this has ever happened.
Well, no, but again, they want an apology. Why aren't they asking for the apology from Mitch Westerman, who went in there and took the photos and disseminated them out to the world?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Like, why? Because he didn't lock his door and he trusted somebody to come in. Like, I can tell you right now, these people right here have been screwed over by tons of people on social media over the last 8 years. Absolutely.
It's because they don't have a reason, another reason beyond that to be mad at Mitch Westerman. You know what I mean?
They have a major animosity towards the defense attorneys.
It's called resentment, and it will literally kill you. It's resentment.
To be innocent and be cleared of the murders that he committed. And the defense is backing him up on that and continue to do so. So that's very difficult to forgive somebody who their acts don't back up when they say, I want to please be forgiven. I mean, he wrote it in a statement, but he never said it. And he's never taken accountability for that and stood up.
You want to hear that?
Because he said
that would be one step. Certainly.
Right, that's not the absolution, but you at least want him to say to you, what do you want from him? He can't make this right. I mean, in the sense that something has happened horrible, but what at least begins that road of maybe forgiveness, if that's even possible?
I would like him to stand up and take accountability for what he's done, and he can ask us for forgiveness. That is a step that he needs to take. You said he found God, but you have to back up that with acts, right? Your acts have to back that up.
But they just said, even if he does, they're not.
Ask him to let the girls rest in peace. He didn't. He's filed an appeal.
He didn't file an appeal.
I want to find some sort of a technicality. Let's jump from Odinism to now Ron Logan.
Oh, you are paying attention then.
The defense was 100% convinced this is Odinism. My guy's not guilty. But they threw that out the window. Now let's pick up something else.
No, nobody's throwing anything
Let's blame it on Ron Logan, who was already investigated by the police. It was all done. They had all this information. They just keep choosing, hoping something's going to stick against the wall. Again, read their actions, not their words. They're just trying to find something to stick against the wall. Richard could put a stop to this. He's the guy in charge. He can say, I'm done. I want to take accountability. I want those girls to rest in peace. But yet he's electing not to.
That's just not how it works, Mike. When Bob talked about like that, he sat with Kathy because Kathy does, she doesn't have a lawyer. She has nobody there to interpret things for her or to tell her what's going on or to, break down the legal terminology in a way that she'd understand. Like, I feel like they needed somebody like that because they don't they don't have an idea of what is actually going on around them.
Well, Nick was their somebody. That was Nick's job. But Nick, that's all he's hearing is, it would have, well, maybe not hire an attorney, but I feel like if they would have reached out to local attorneys, like that someone would have been willing to help. Yeah, I wonder if they do have a victim advocate.
But even a victim advocate isn't going to be able to break it down for them like an attorney would. And I think you need like a criminal attorney, like even just like having
Sure.
like you know what I mean, like a friend or whatever. And you can't get it from Nick because Nick's out for his own agenda. They need somebody to sit down and explain the actual legalese to them that they are just not wrapping their mind around. This isn't like a let's throw Ron Logan at the wall and see what sticks. This is about violations, ethical violations done by the prosecutor, which you cannot do.
Well,
I mean, no matter where you are. So like they want an apology from the defense team about a leak that they didn't actually have anything to do with. Just because there are YouTubers and social media people who are of the belief that the defense was behind it for whatever reason, that's what they think. I don't agree, but you have the right to your own opinion. They want an apology for that, but they don't want an apology for the fact that they actually have no understanding of the law. After 8 years in the midst of this, like we have family members for other cases that literally go to law school because they feel that they need to understand it more. They don't have anybody explaining it to them.
I saw screenshots of Becky in particular, like in a group Facebook chat with the people who were leaking the photos.
Well, 100%.
So,
yes.
like,
yes.
Are we asking for? I mean, there was more people to this. I think that was an excellent point that you brought up about why are they not mad at Mitch Westerman?
Because Mitch Westerman's not defending Richard Allen.
Correct. Absolutely.
And I think they also believe that he's just some patsy, that the defense team used him and he's just some poor little patsy. Poor little Mitch Westerman. He's just another victim of the defense team.
Yeah, true. I
don't know. I just feel like maybe they are educated. They just don't care. They don't care about it's not because it's just not about like, let's just say Ron Logan. It's nothing to do with that. You could put Joe Bob Bill's name in there and it's the same ethical violation. Like it's not about, you could put Brad Holder in there. You could put Patrick Westphal in there if it was the ethical violations against or having to do with those people. It's not about Ron Logan.
Well, and also if you're following to where you've said now they're trying to blame Ron Logan, then I would assume also that you've seen the Orion entry, which essentially says, well, 2 years has passed and we never followed up on this and Ron Logan died. So I don't know how you're saying that was thoroughly looked into and like he was cleared. It's all just a lot of contradictions. Like Nick standing at the press conference after the sentencing and saying that nobody's been cleared.
Right.
So people are cleared when we want them to be cleared. But
that also, if Nick saying that also includes family, which is I don't understand. How do they not see that part? Like that also includes them, and also includes back to putting in Derek and all of the other people. I mean, you can't just go out and say that. You have like Doug Carter who says that some of the family is cleared, not all the family, and then he takes that back and says nobody's cleared. The blind
yeah,
faith.
but who was he talking about? Because like technically, so you have people whose phones weren't downloaded, and you have DNA that wasn't compared that ended up being like not like at the crime scene, like on the victims, that nobody bothered to like double check and make sure. So it's just like I remember you'll probably remember too, a interview where Becky was saying that they came to us and like they did treat us basically like suspects. I know that Kelsey has said that repeatedly. But she's basically saying like, and we told them, do whatever you have to do. check all of our phones, check all of our, do all of the things, do whatever you have to do to clear us so you can move forward and find out who did this. And it's like, they didn't even do that. So
No, they didn't. They never even took Kelsey's phone. She's their last proof of life, and they don't even take her phone.
she was the last person to see them alive. And all these years, I've been hearing from Kelsey's mouth that she helped search. She left the boyfriends to go help search with, what's his face? Cody.
Cody, yeah.
And they searched for like an hour or whatever, however long it was. And she was already an hour late for work. So she had to go to work. And then when she was at work, she got called into the police station. So she left and went down to the police station. And then for the first time, literally ever at trial, and I don't think anybody else is paying attention to this but me, because it just annoys me. The first time ever at trial, she never even went to work that day.
Never went to work.
So where was she from when she left there to when she was called down to the police station?
I think you were digging into like how long was she actually at work, and you were going through like the interviews to try to figure it out, and then the trial started, and then she testified, and you're like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, she's like, I'm like, what do you mean she never went?
Well,
and she came back.
They took her DNA how many times, and nobody bothered to ever test it until trial.
And she showed up at the police station with Bree. And so that tells me that she just never left the boyfriend's house. She was there the whole time, and they left together. Because why else would she go pick her back? Like, that makes more sense than leaving work to go down to the police station and deciding to stop and pick up Bree Wilbur.
Right. Right.
So, but then why say you went to work? Like, if you went to work or not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you went to work that day. It's really not that hard. And I want to know, like, did Bree...
Remember we were going back and forth that Bree said they went out to lunch, and then Kelsey said they didn't go out to lunch, and Bree was like, no, we went out to lunch. And then Kelsey said, oh, yeah, I went out to lunch.
Yeah. And cleaned the boyfriend's truck. And watched a movie with the dad because the boyfriend had gone to work. And it's just it just should be more concise than that.
Bree spent the night at Kelsey's house. So how does Bree get to the trails with everybody, with Anna and Rayleigh and Rayleigh's sister?
Does nobody find it bizarre that, like, the people apart from Betsy Blair, who describes an entirely different type of looking person, does nobody find it strange that the witnesses to this bridge guy are the victim's sister's friends that were friends with also one of the victims that were also at the trails that day? Who was also one of the last people to be in contact with Libby? And if you look at the PCA says that when they interviewed Bree Wilbur in 2020, 17, I think it was 2020, when they interviewed her in 2020, she like came in and suddenly had like a picture that she took at the bridge that day from 3 years prior that had a timestamp on it. And that's exactly how they built their timeline, was off of this girl's 3-year-old photo on the trails that apparently they never had before 2020, 3 years after the murders, and built the entire timeline on it. And
then we're watching a trial now where the defense attorney is coming forward and trying to get them to admit, the tech people to admit on the stand, that you can mess with the metadata of the photos. So, like, make that make sense.
Yeah. The whole thing just irritates the shit out of me. And if she was at the police station with Kelsey the night that the girls were missing, why didn't she show them the picture then?
I wondered that myself for a long time. Why isn't she being more upfront about the fact that she was there, that she saw people? She's not even really being interviewed until the marshals are involved in 2020.
Yeah. And then I'll stop. I do not give a damn that the Snapchat cache said that something happened at 2:09 when nowhere in the cache, nowhere in the phone exists this photograph of Abby on the bridge. I don't know how on earth someone Googled photo of Abby on the bridge from Snapchat and then just decided to accept that as something that happened that day at 2:09 because she's wearing what she's wearing or whatever. And then says in the trial that they got it from Kelsey. Well, that's all good and well, but where did Kelsey get it? Because it wasn't in her phone, it wasn't in Libby's phone, and it was not in the cache. Where was it? How did it get there? Where did it disappear to? Why could they not pull it? And why was it allowed in? It did not have a timestamp on it. And we all know on Snapchat, if you send a Snapchat right now, okay, and I don't check it for another 12 hours, let's say, 10 hours, it might say to me that it's from 9 hours ago, but that could be at any point in time within that ninth hour. It's not going to say that it was 9 hours and 27 minutes ago and 32 seconds to give me an exact time. So if I'm looking at it at 9:09 and it says 7 hours ago, that absolutely 100% does not mean that it was taken at 2:09. Period. The whole thing is bizarre to me. I don't know how that was allowed in. Like, not for nothing, but people are surprised about the whole Google thing, to explain away the headphone jack and shit. But like, that's not the only incidence of Google we have. The man Googled the photo of Abby. That's how he got it. He did not get it from any download of the phone. I'm sorry, that's just my voice.
No, I was like, you're just getting hot. He's like, her mic's a little hot. I'm like, no, I think that she's just on fire right now.
Yeah, I
She's
just
on
don't
fire.
get it.
They had to do that because the metadata on that picture didn't work. The only location data they use were from the photos. The photos metadata is gone because the location is obvious, but the time might be an issue. Well,
Also,
so Anna had originally said right at the beginning of the girls being missing that they knew that the girls were on the bridge because they got the photo of Abby on the bridge from Libby's iCloud.
no, wrong. They didn't.
Anna said.
Yeah, they didn't, though. That's a lie. Well, no. Wait a second. Hold on. I take it back. So, you know how we found out at trial that Judge Jessica just said wrong? Did you ever see Courtney? She responds to people, and it's a screenshot of Elvis Fields telling somebody wrong, RONG. Have you seen that?
No.
She keeps replying to people with that screenshot, and every time I see it, it makes me laugh. I saved it.
Oh, let's
But
see it. Send it to me.
but what I was going to say is that we found out at trial that she had we knew she had the iPad, but so she had the iPad. The iPad was linked to her Apple ID. It was her Apple account. And Find My iPhone was on. So presumably, whatever she was logged into on her phone, she would also be logged into on her iPad. So I don't remember hearing anything about the iPad, like the download of the iPad or what data it had. But like, I wonder. So if I have two phones, two iPhones, and the iPad is basically it's the same thing as a phone. So if I'm logged into my Apple ID on two phones, and both phones have Snapchat, and I do something on iPhone number 2, and that day I have with me iPhone number 1, whatever somebody's doing on iPhone number 2 is going to also show up on like iPhone number 1. Oh, just like that case we're following, but
Yeah,
what they
I was
call the
just going to say that.
cloned.
The
Yeah.
clone phone.
Yes, exactly that. So
Yep.
like I didn't hear anything about the iPad. Like, I don't know. And who is victim to phone?
Well, we never heard anything about victim to phone.
Well,
That
yeah,
just
because we weren't allowed to know about geofencing.
right. That was just completely gone, or the other phones that were by the cemetery at the time. That was just completely out too. But what about the fact that at the very beginning of when the girls went missing, and or I shouldn't say when the girls went missing, it was after that. After they were found, that the family had stated that they had given, that they had factory reset Libby's old phone, right, and that she had given Libby one of her work phones that day. That it wasn't the same phone.
Yeah,
That would
I've heard that.
have gone.
I've heard that, and I just saw it quickly go by about not being able to be logged into your account on more than one device. That's not true, because right now I'm literally logged into my Snapchat on my phone, on on two different iPads and my phone. Now I don't know about 2017. I would have to go look, but I am logged in multiple devices right now.
So Becky didn't get an iPhone until like 2020, right? Well, supposedly she had her work phone that she had given to Libby to use because they were factory resetting her phone the weekend before.
But she had so did she put her
case? I have no idea. That
yeah.
just disappeared. Like it never, like it just stopped existing. It's another one of those that just was said towards the beginning of the case, and then all of a sudden, nobody knows anymore about whose phone who had anymore. So my point is that you have Kelsey who's logging into all of this stuff, right? All of the
I don't even think she was logging it. I think the shit was logged into. But I have heard Anna say that she didn't know any passwords or anything. Like when she found out that Abby had a Facebook, she didn't know the passwords and stuff like that. And she's like, I'm not as good about that as Becky, who I guess had all the login information. But if Libby was logged into her iPad, then she didn't have to log into anything. She could have just picked up the iPad and went on Instagram and had been logged in. You know what I mean? So, but the problem with that is then you would see activity, someone would have to determine which devices were using those things. And I don't know at what point it not overwrites it, but at what point it oh, here's a good example. So in case you didn't know, I'm just going to throw this out there. The iPad that is connected to this Apple ID on my phone, if I put my phone into airplane mode or I put it into do not disturb, automatically my iPad that's logged into the same thing will do the same. Did you know that?
No.
Yes. So if I on my phone right now put my phone on do not disturb and I go check my iPad, the iPad will also be in do not disturb.
Really?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I haven't looked. One thing I would be curious about is the Apple health data. If it's logged into my Apple ID, then technically it should reflect activity from my phone, even though I'm not carrying the iPad around. You know what I mean?
Right. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So I also would wonder when they said that they got the iPad and all the other electronics and stuff, like if any data came back on that and they attributed it to something from the phone. I'll have to look. I will, Judge Jessica. I'll do that with the iPad and the phone. I'll see if I'll go check and see if the iPad logs whatever my phone has logged.
DB says if the device settings are synced.
Well, they said everything was synced.
Okay. Well,
Which
that's
would make sense.
Kelsey had access to all of Libby's secrets. Well, I mean, not to dig too far into that too, but then there's also the whole point that her and Bree were using catfish accounts to contact Libby. That went away too. Nobody seems to care about that anymore either.
And I'm not saying that like Abby wasn't on the bridge. I'm not even saying that. But what I am saying is that's at 2:09, 10, 11, 12, 13. 10, 11, 12, 13. 4 minutes, right? Am I tripping? So 4 minutes. And you can see the north end of the bridge in that photo, and there's literally nobody there.
But the other one would be at 2:07. So Abby's
so
picture is
2:07.
at
So
2:07. Yeah.
So still 6 minutes. So 6 minutes. There's nobody to be seen.
Right. Well, it's another weird thing that we've heard from court is that all of a sudden in the enhanced one, all of a sudden like the bridge guy is like on top of Abby essentially, like he's right next to her.
Yeah. So I mean that's weird unless he was coming from the south end and then turned around. But whatever.
Well, that's why that's my thought. I think that the person is coming from the south end and turns around. It's ironically me and my nemesis is from Twitter. That's the only thing we actually agree on, or we used to agree on. Okay, let's go back. I'll keep going. Yeah, that's what it was like. Supposedly like no big deal, so everybody just kind of dropped it. That she was catfishing her sister. It was like, oh, it was just for funsies. Like, it was just a prank. It's just for fun. So it was like, okay, well, no big deal then. It was just for fun. But they were catfishing her, pretending to be cute boys.
The defense would say, and they've said to us, that they're doing their jobs, that this is not personal. In fact, they told us that in the interview, that they are doing what every person needs, their constitutional rights, to make sure that that person, the convicted killer, gets the best defense possible. You have taken issue by the way in which they have comported themselves. Do you believe that that legal team, through the normal course of what the Supreme Court does, should they face any discipline for their action?
I would leave that up to the courts and the professional, society there and that whole circle to deal with that appropriately.
You'll stand by that answer?
I guess my question on this is it doing your job to allow leaks of sensitive photos? Is that just doing your job?
We're going to get to that.
Back to that again.
I just want
Back
to make
to
sure
the
that based
photos.
on how you feel, right? Because do you feel that, I'm not asking you to in any way attack the legal team. I'm just asking, based on how you feel, what you've seen, should they be sanctioned? Should there be discipline for the way they've carried out their duties? They would say, look, we were doing our jobs. We have to be, they would say, we have to be tough. We have to do what we have to do, but it's not personal against the Patties or the Williamses. It's just what we have to do. Do you buy that narrative? I mean, it's for you to decide. I can't decide that.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that they have a job to do. But I don't feel that job should be at the expense of Abby and Libby. And that's what they've done.
Then you don't understand.
They could certainly hold themselves to a higher professional level of decorum.
Okay.
What? Not muted. I'm just processing. Once again, we're blaming the defense attorneys for this leak and to say like they should hold themselves accountable. Well, I mean, Andy comes forward and says they've taken a bunch of protocols to change the access to these these rooms in his office. I don't know how. I don't know what else to say about it. There was a trial or charges. They ended up not being a trial because he ends up taking the what do you call it, the deterrent or whatever it's called. What was it called? God damn it! Why can't I think of the word now? For Westerman. I mean, there were criminal charges against him for stealing them
Are you
from.
thinking of it was deferred or whatever?
Wasn't deferred. That's not the right word. That he took the
Deferment.
Is it a deferment? Why does that not sound right in my
Diversion.
Diversion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is. I couldn't come up with it in my brain. I don't know what else what other level of whatever do they want from these two people who had nothing to do with it. Specifically Rosie. Like they're so mad at Rosie who had literally it was not involved at all. And they talk about like I can't. All right, I'm going to keep going. They're degrading the defense attorneys, and yet they just don't give a shit about what Nick has done. I cannot wrap my mind around that.
Well, it's because everything Nick has done has been in furtherance of their desired outcome.
All of my flabbers are gasted. Yes, I filibustered. Westerman did not commit a crime. Jake.
Well, Brad and Andy also didn't commit a crime, but there's still blame for them, so. But no blame for Westerman.
No, it's just about the defense attorneys, not about the guy who actually went in and took the photos. Took photos of photos. He didn't even actually steal photos. He just took photos of photos, which therefore really negates the crime, which is what Michael's saying.
I want to talk about the pictures. We went to their offices.
All right, Rico.
We interviewed the legal team, as you know. And Attorney Baldwin called the removal of the crime scene photos from his office, his words, a dramatic mistake that had nothing to do with the leak, and that he had nothing to do with the leak. Does that in any way bring this issue to an end? Dramatic mistake. He had nothing to do with the leak, and he stands by that. That's his belief.
But there's never an end for our family. His mistake that we live with forever, unless he could get every single photo off the internet, and that's impossible. So yeah, it's definitely a dramatic mistake. He may not have shared those photos, but he left them unattended.
They were his responsibility. It was his responsibility to protect the integrity of all the information, all the discovery that was provided to him.
I don't know if I should say what I'm thinking right now. I don't know if it'll be too offensive or
Just do it.
like I have no sympathy, because I do. But like,
There's a fine line between my sympathy for them as the victims or the family member of one of the victims versus the willful lack of knowledge on what they're talking about.
yeah, I mean, I just think that
What about the prosecutor who said that him and his investigators spent hours upon hours upon hours scrubbing the internet of these photos and everything that they did to get rid of them, but yet they never even did anything to get rid of them except for make a phone call and say, hey, just go ahead and delete those, okay? Thanks. Good talk. That was the hours upon hours they put into scrubbing the internet.
They also didn't even talk to everybody who admittedly had them. So
correct.
And also, like I said, I sent Holman an email specifically about the leaks long ago. He literally never responded. So they did not care. Um, but also, it's like, okay, you made a mistake, but we have to live with this forever. But we're bringing it up more than, like, they are not as accessible as how much we're bringing it up. Like I told you the other night, you can't Google Delphi crime scene photos, Libby and Abby crime scene photos, and like it pop up, which I don't think
Oh.
that their grandchildren and stuff are going to do if they're searching about their aunt. But we're
Well,
just,
wasn't it Kelsey who actually went to school or wanted to go to school at Purdue to be like something in law enforcement?
she wanted to be like and actually I just recently saw a interview, and I don't know how old it is, where she was saying that she wants to work as a psychologist like in prisons. And that struck me as absolutely fucking bizarre considering all the things. But I know in the past I had heard her say that she wanted to be like a forensic something or other.
Yeah.
But she had to leave, like the teachers let her leave when they were talking about like blood spatter and stuff, because she was thinking, like visualizing in her head what maybe,
Yeah. Well, I'll just say, I mean, just for the purposes of education, when I went to school, not this last time, but when I very first had gone, I wanted to be a homicide detective. I think I've said that pretty publicly. I took a lot of homicide classes, and I will tell you, there's a lot of fucking crime scene photos of people. I mean, children, adults, men, women, all races, all sizes. So I'm just thinking, like, if you have somebody that is saying that that's what they want to do, right? That they want to go and be a forensic psychologist. That's your family too, right?
yeah, right.
Yeah, Judy, that's just also that's a whole nother conversation.
Mm.
I will defer to True Crime Design, one specific video about all the things that Kelsey wanted to do that Libby did. It's a very interesting video, just FYI.
I also heard her in an interview say something about
I did, DB, yes. Sorry, go ahead.
something like about some kind of program or whatever that helps families of victims. You might know what I'm talking about. And she said they didn't think that she was a good fit for that. Is that ringing any bells? I found that strange too. Yeah, there was some kind of, and I can track it down, but um they were like victim advocates, but like not really, but they were like families of victims, and she wanted to be an advocate of some sort for that, and she was
Like a victim's advocate?
basically, and they did not think that it was a good fit for her. And I thought, I wonder how. Like, I wonder how not, I guess, is what I mean.
Well, because she doesn't really come across very empathetic, in my opinion. That's what part of her issues in her interviews is
Maybe.
always been, is she is talking about her sister who was murdered with a very big smile on her face. So she doesn't have a lot of empathy. I don't know if that would be. Oh, thank you, Sio Mama. I don't know if that would. I wouldn't. I don't know what she does for a living. I don't know that much about her life now.
Well, I know she was a kid.
Oh, she has another one on the way.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Well,
Oh, maybe I did.
they said that during the trial that you did know that, because we talked about it when it came up in the trial. I was like, oh, I didn't know she was expecting another baby. I don't follow her that closely to know that kind of stuff. She got rejected from victim advocate school.
I just
I
think
think
it's absurd. I just think these questions are absurd. I think constantly coming back to the photos is absurd, and I think it's old at this point. Like, I'm tired of hearing about it. I want to hear the other things. And so the answer to literally if the answer to literally everything for 45 minutes is, well, the photos, the photos, the photos, the defense team, the photos. It's like we don't even know anything about the actual case. But basically Richard Allen deserved to be found guilty because of the photos. And I would like to hear, if I'm, and I say this respectfully, but like I hear a lot of, they did this, they did that, left this unattended. It was their responsibility to keep things safe and secure. And I don't hear anything like that when we're talking
nothing to do
about
with
them.
Richard Allen and Richard Allen being the one that killed their granddaughter.
Yeah.
That sucks. And let's be real. I mean, we're how far into this interview? Almost halfway. And this is released on the anniversary of when the girls went missing. And we haven't really talked about the girls. We've talked a lot about how bad the defense team is and how they should step up, and how Richard Allen said he found God but won't apologize.
Yeah. And they want him to apologize, but they're also not going to, they're not going to accept it. I just, whatever.
I hope that we hear from Anna. I want to hear from Anna, and I want to hear from Carrie. I'd love to hear from Derek, but I don't know that that's probably never going to happen. But, this is always this family is always referred to as the families, and Anna never gets her own name brought into anything.
Dude, Nick did another interview, like that one where he's making the weird hand things, and he literally only ever says the family. The family. The family, the family, the family. He never mentions the other family members, other families. It's like Abby is just an entirely second thought. And I don't even mean just from that interview. I mean from minute one with the Libby is a hero. Libby's a hero. She got this, video of this guy. Like, it wasn't until the very, very end, and it was very brief, and then he went straight back to just the family, just Libby. It wasn't until closing arguments when all of a sudden Abby had a role, and it was that Abby hid the phone so Richard Allen couldn't find it.
I still feel like Abby was the second thought on that, because nobody ever said anything like that ever. Libby was always the hero. Yep. I mean, we watched press conferences where they literally only thanked the Patties and just left 100%. Out anybody else, and they never say Timmons. So they never talk about Carrie whatsoever. She's like an afterthought in everything, even though she's the one who gave birth to Libby.
Well, you heard, what was it? Shakespeare, Hannah Shakespeare, talking to Carrie and talking to Tobe.
Yep.
And Carrie telling her that she didn't even know there was going to be a press conference, like that first press conference that happened. Like, she had no clue. And when she said she wanted to be there, he basically told her that Mike was going to take care of it. Mm-hmm. And he sat there and said that from what he knew and what he saw and blah, 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 that they had guardianship of her or whatever it was. And the comment about, do you know, about her criminal history or whatever? And I just thought, fuck you. Her kid is dead. What does it matter? And she didn't die in Carrie's custody. So what does it have to do with anything?
But what about Derek's? And Derek was living in the same
Derek?
home.
Exactly. Gross.
I think that somebody in chat earlier had said too. It's like, we're talking about a family that literally raised defendants. You think that they would actually know a little bit more about defendants' rights, right?
But maybe not, because maybe their whole thinking on this is that the situations that they've had experience in with the criminals in their family, they did that shit. And so they think that their experience with defense attorneys with someone who did that shit, whatever it may be, is what's coloring their picture of what these defense attorneys would be. I would love to know, and I'm sure I could look. It would be pretty simple to look. I would love to know if Nick was ever a defense attorney for any of these folks that we're talking about.
I don't think so. It would be interesting to go back and find out, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, I know I've looked at the cases, but I don't know that, like, for whatever reason, I particularly looked at that. So, I mean, if you think about all the things that I mean, we're not even just talking about, and I am not judging Libby in any way. I was a teenage girl. But you know, she was getting into things other than just what this off chance that she went to the bridge and died. And not for nothing, I've said it before, she was being catfished. We're told by a pedophile. And if the whole thing about catfishing her previously is true, I don't think it's just a harmless joke. I think it made her more susceptible to bad people on the internet because it was never dangerous before. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Sorry, I had to get the dog under control. She was freaking out.
Probably because I'm yelling.
No, there's a cat on the back fence, and so she's losing her mind.
Yeah.
You know what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not the Waltons.
Just so many of these. Like, again, you know, I did things that, and it didn't matter, right? So my mom always said, don't send anything to anyone. We're not just talking about people you've never met on the internet. We're talking about people you know. Boyfriends. Don't send anything to anyone that you wouldn't want me, meaning my mother, and the whole world to see. And it might not even be right when you send it. It could be 30 years from now. Don't ever send anything that you would not want the entire world to see. And I still did that shit like a dummy. Thankfully, it didn't come back yet to bite me in the ass. So, like, I get it. I was a teenage girl. I'm still not, I still don't follow all of my mother's
Advice.
advice and recommendations, though I
Yeah,
should.
no, I don't either.
But, you know, there was a lot of things that were going on that just, whatever, it doesn't matter. I feel like I've been lacking for 8 years. To like, I've been lacking any sense of accountability in even a small way. And so to be sitting here, it's very frustrating to hear about wanting others to take accountability for things. Um,
With a lack of accountability in that very household.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
You think that all the people that bought drugs from Derek got an apology?
I doubt it. Or if somebody died, you know, would you feel
Yeah.
responsible to be the one to have to apologize to those families? So
So Huda said something earlier about that I don't know when this interview actually took place. I just know that it was aired on the 13th, but she said something about Raquel being in a non-compete and wasn't able to actually air it. So I don't know when it was actually recorded. I have no idea. If you guys do, please feel free to fill in that blank.
well, obviously it was after the sentencing because he was
Yeah.
referencing the sentencing as the verdict. So it had to have been in, like, I doubt he would have bothered them at Christmas. So had to have
Right.
been January or February at some point.
Also, I mean, we can tell you that it's from December 21st to before February 13th. That's I don't know what date other than that. That the person doing the interview was in a non-compete. That's what who just said. I don't know the details of that, so I'm just repeating what I just read. Another
Oh,
thing
true.
is
Here you go. It had to be after the motion to correct error because he talks about Ron being blamed.
very good, Joanna. Look at that.
Very good. Very good.
And that was filed when?
Bitch, I knew you were going to just.
Well, I think I have it. I can probably just grab it real quick. Hold
I'm looking.
on. Okay.
If anybody says it in the chat, don't you dare say it.
Okay, I won't.
It was filed on January the 20th.
Okay.
So anytime after January 20th to before February 13th.
Right. Unless they were paid, there's a no non-compete exclusivity. Oh, I don't know. So I don't know. So it'd have to be it'd have to be after January 20th at least. The other thing, like Travis said too, is we probably, and he didn't say it this way. I'm going to paraphrase what he said, but there's got to be some slack given in the fact that Raquel keeps asking these questions. He's leading this interview down this path when he doesn't need to. So I agree with that. Raquel needs some accountability. He probably owes them an apology.
They can keep saying that it was an unfortunate event, but again, it was under his watch. That's where it came from. And he or none of the team have apologized for that. So that kind of tells me you really haven't taken accountability. They want to point it off to somebody else. Well, somebody else may have come in and got it. It's still your responsibility to keep that information safe and secure. And they didn't. That's a fact.
Is that something that you'd want to hear as well, one-on-one, to be called to a legal office to be directly apologized to or to ask for forgiveness for that dramatic mistake? What does that look like as well as you try to figure out their story and you try to jive it with yours? Do you want to hear from them directly that, what, we're sorry? What do you want to hear from them, if anything?
We're past that.
You're past that.
We're past that.
Okay.
They had their chance.
A juror spoke to the murder.
Okay, so they want an apology, but it's too late for an apology. So we want
they did
something we won't. We
apologize.
keep. This makes me
Just
want to
maybe
break
not
my
because it wasn't directly to them. I don't even know how that would. I don't. And that's a great question from him because, like, how would that even look? I mean, what would that have even looked like? Even if you weren't past it, what would it even look like? Hammy said, I have not watched this, so I cannot. I have zero answer for you, Hammy. I didn't even know that this was even said, so I'll just say that. Sleuth ET, what are your thoughts on what Christine, the PI on True Grit Crime, shared about how two people in the Delphi geofence were on the Evansdale geofence? I'm curious about that because Evansdale's like super locked down, and I don't even know how anybody would have the Evansdale geofence. Is that something that's public? I know somewhat about that case. I was working on something for it a while back, and I kind of fell to the wayside with the other cases. But what I do know about that case is like they have not put out hardly any info. So what do you have to say about this, Sleuthy? I don't know anything about it.
I agree with what you said. And I don't know if this means two people in the general geofence. So like say from 1 to 5, two people who happen to be in the Evansdale geofence or whatever also happen to be here. Or if we're talking about the people that were like around the crime scene. And I think if I did have any information on that, I don't know that I'd even say, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't, but like I agree with you. I'm not sure where the comparison would come from.
Yeah, I don't know where that information from Evansdale would have come from, but I don't know enough to say one way or the other. I got nothing. Fiend says geofencing didn't exist in 2012, so that can't be right.
No, I wouldn't argue with Dean about it. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised to know that.
I'll have to look more into it, Hammy. I have nothing. I got nothing for you. I apologize. I don't. And then Jake Brooks asks, what do you guys think of what comes of like NBC and the others' requests for the evidence? We've not heard anything else about it. Some people have speculated that they've already received their answers and we're not being told, or they've already received the evidence and we're not being told.
I mean, I don't know if they got it or not, or they were denied or whatever. But in my opinion, even if let's say she grants it, she lets them have everything they're asking for. It's not like I'm going to get to see it all in its entirety, and I don't really trust them. So it doesn't really much matter to me. They're only asking for specific things that they want, not all the things. So, and they're not going to share them publicly. So to me, it really doesn't much matter to me. I'm glad that someone's saying something. I wish they would have done it beforehand, like way beforehand. But again, if they quote win, it's not going to make a difference to me at all. Like I'm not. I think I'd be more frustrated to only see the clips. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Than the whole thing. I want to see the whole thing.
All right, hold on. Gen X, I missed your super sticker, so I just want to say thank you really quick because I did miss that. And then I don't know if Chancey, if Bob's still here. Hopefully he answered your question for you, but thank you for the super chat for me. It was a question for Bob. How do victims' families feel about wrongful convictions after wrongful convictions? I hope he answered that for you in chat. If not, we can pass that on to him. Sleuthy can send it to him if he's not here anymore.
What was the question?
She asked, how do victims' families feel after wrongful convictions, like after convictions are overturned and they realize that the person that they that was convicted was wrongfully convicted. Michael says it matters if they get it without a public order. Well, he's talking about the NBC people, if they actually did receive any of that information and there's no public order stating that they did receive it. I don't know. It just seems like that kind of just went away so far, but I'm sure they have more time to reply still. So I think it's just kind of just on a waiting game. I'd be curious if Jody ever responded with more info to, what was his name? Was it Anthony? Andrew? I don't remember the guy. I don't remember the guy's name who was exchanging the emails with Jody, but I'd be curious if she ever responded with anything more on the legal side of why she was denying it, because that's what he was asking for. Is like, if you're denying this, you got to tell me why, so I know what to do with this info.
I've been in that same spot with both Jody and her heinous, and they don't feel compelled at all to give you a legal reason. They just ignore you.
Okay.
Because if they give you a legal reason, then you can argue why that's not correct.
They don't want you to be able to argue that.
Correct.
Lowlight says geofencing definitely worked in 2012. I don't know. I'll have to watch more on that. I really have no opinion on the geofencing thing because I didn't hear it. I didn't hear geofencing, just that someone in the Delphi geofencing was in Evansdale when that happened.
I guess I would just want to know who, like I would want to know who, meaning, well, just like what I said, who, I would like to know who. But secondly, I would also like to know the circumstances of it. If it's part of the geofence between 1 and 5 o'clock and they're like driving through or whatever, that's one thing. But if it's like one of the phones that were tromping around the crime scene, then that would be something else for me.
All right. Well,
Michael, if a judge doesn't answer a motion with an order one way or the other, then is it just considered denied after whatever time frame or whatever? And we learned in the past that that if you file another filing, then you can no longer say that she is lazy and not responding. She was on vacation.
So we're having two separate conversations, so I apologize for that being confusing because we are having two separate conversations with the chat at the moment. I will say maybe the first geofence warrant was done in 2016, but when did they actually first start using geofencing? Because remember, everything that they start doing in a courtroom doesn't necessarily equate to having a legal right to do it. And Sleuthie and I can do that conversation on IGG.
I think they weren't getting warrants. Wasn't it they weren't getting warrants and then they needed to get warrants?
Well, that's my whole thing is like IGG kind of the same thing as there's no Supreme Court rulings that say one way or the other about IGG. They just don't use it in court. They use it as a tip. So it's not actually any type of evidence. So geofencing warrants, on the other hand, how long were they actually using geofencing? That's all information I don't know. So I'm like, the defense PI, but I'm not arguing it. Criminality is right. Go listen. Hammy, do you have a link or it's on True Grit Crimes. I just haven't listened to it yet. So
Check your DM.
okay. All right. I'm going to go back to playing this. I know people are like, I can't listen to them anymore, but I got to hear what the rest. I'm in it now. I got to do it.
If you can, you should utilize that throughout our listening.
Okay.
Sheet to podcaster, and to us as well, saying that the jurors wanted to get it right and that it wasn't about sympathy. Did you ever feel, based on that juror speaking out, and it's the only juror who sort of has said something, that they really wanted to do their jobs? As you sat there, and you just talked about that they did ask questions, and I sat there as well, and sometimes those questions, you had to sit back and go,
Oh, yeah.
okay, like they really are paying attention. Did you get that sense that
Oh,
everyone was
certainly.
really focused? Or did you get the sense that, gosh, are these folks going to be able to wrap themselves around what we've known for 7 long years?
Well, by all their actions, they were able to do that by all those questions. And your question was based around
That I wanted to gauge that the juror was saying that they wanted to get it right. That juror gave us sort of an insight. We don't know what the juror was thinking. All the jurors and the alternates, right? So that juror sort of gave us an insight on the things. Yes, we know what the outcome is, but just to hear what the jurors were thinking in those moments. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, how does that sort of jive with the seriousness, the largeness of this case?
I think it was.
Please tell me you don't know that the juror even spoke out on Murder Sheet, because you don't listen to that type of podcast or podcasts in general, right?
Oh, you know they listen to Murder Sheet. Stop it.
But Murder Sheet has the crime scene photos.
Oh, yeah, but they turned those over to Holman. They printed them out, though.
Well, they never ever checked to make sure they were removed from their iClouds or their backups. Like, they already had them. It's ridiculous.
The fact that they were really being fact-based and data-driven, if you would, a term I kind of use.
Oh my God.
And not let sympathy, play into it. Like, hey, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the information, the evidence that's been, presented in front of us. Let's make a decision based on that, not any of the other sympathy items that came up in court. I think
she quite literally said that Nick was really good at
using emotions.
Correct.
Yep, she sure did.
And also, I just want to remind anyone, if you forgot or maybe don't know, that when it comes to the leaks, Nick found out about the leaks from Becky herself.
Correct.
So just throwing that out there.
But remember, Murder Sheet had to get involved. They had to get involved because they were the one with the connection to Holman.
Yeah, and they were asked to please, like a grown-ass man can't reach out to the police on his own.
Well, the whole point is that Becky already had all the info and it was had already reached out to Nick. They were an unnecessary. They didn't need to be involved at all, but they like to be involved in anything and everything they can get their little fucking dirty fingers in.
Their little gremlin hands. Oh, that picture. Did I send you? Oh, I did. That my friend sent me that picture for Valentine's Day.
Which picture? No.
The one of them at the.
Oh God, yes, yes. I showed that the other day on our live.
It's so funny because when
and I was like, people said they'd rather see Brad Weber's toe than see that again.
When she sent it, I was like, I said, it looks like that's the faces they were meant to have. It suits them.
Oh, I didn't show that. Oh, that one. That's right. Never mind. I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, you only showed the normal one?
Not the normal one. I didn't
Oh
show
my
the other one.
God.
No, I didn't know. I don't. Yeah, I can show the toe. You guys want the toe? I'll show
No,
you
we
the
have
toe.
the better version.
I'll show that in just a minute. Let me keep playing this, and I'll go download it.
They didn't let that weigh in and override any of the evidence that was presented against him.
And I see what you're saying when you ask me the question as I read it out loud. I guess the question for you is, they didn't say, oh, look at these two sad grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make them happy by giving them a guilty verdict. The jurors are telling us,
Yeah.
you are nice people. You seem to be very nice people in Delphi, but by their own inside look, they didn't care about you. They cared, right? They cared about the evidence. Which kind of often we think that, why wouldn't we go guilty? Look, they're crying or they're sad, right? But the jury's saying, we don't care about you. I mean, they do care in the sense that they'll do their job, but not about how you feel.
I am glad. I am glad she said that, because I wouldn't want a verdict on sympathy. We always wanted a verdict on facts.
But you want the defense to not be able to present anything that's factual, that doesn't consider your feelings.
Or how about the fact that the van wasn't there?
And Mike's saying a white van. Everybody and their mother's been saying that he only said van. That it was reported.
Well,
it was reported van.
Either way, it wasn't fucking there. Van, white van,
Wrong.
anything. It was wrong.
Wrong.
Wrong. Wasn't actually there. Wrong.
Oh my God, we have to pop that on the screen every time something's wrong from Raquel.
Freaking Raquel. Hold on, here you guys go. Here's the photo. You guys ready?
That was my Valentine's Day present from my Valentine. That's the Oh my God! But doesn't it looks like that is how I picture them when I hear them. Oh my God! The Grinch face. I got this, and it says, "Happy Valentine's Day, Sleuthy. I have just cropped and corrected this image especially for you."
Who's the Grinch? Did the Grinch left me? Oh no, that's so sad.
That is not wrong, Elvis.
That's
Oh
wrong.
dear God!
Wrong. It's wrong. That is.
It looks better. My eyebrows are full line. Brows on full leak for both of them.
It's just, I'm curious. Look how curious he is.
Oh my God, I can't.
So bad. That's how I imagine how serious they are when they're doing my copyright strikes. They're like, we're gonna fucking get her, and I'm gonna try to take down her shit because she said something about us.
I would have to say then that would be them admitting that looks like them.
Oh yeah, it would. We'd have to use our likeness. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. You guys are so quote unquote mean. I'm not very mean to very many people, but those fuckers, I swear to God, they keep coming for my channel.
Yeah.
And shit's gonna get real crazy. That little picture is gonna be the least of the issues.
I mean, they've been coming for me for like a while, ever since I on Facebook said that literally this is what set these people off, quite literally. On Facebook, I was in their group for years, and I forget what had been filed, and I literally commented with a meme about something like, all these spices and you choose to be salty. And she commented and she was like, hello, sleuthy goosey. And then like whatever else she said, and she blocked me from the group. So I didn't even get to read the whole thing, and I
I'm
couldn't
gonna tell you.
respond.
Let me tell you a secret, Sleuthy. I'm gonna tell you a secret.
And she's been coming for me since then.
They've never removed me from their Facebook group.
Well, if you comment one time, you're gone, bitch. You're gone.
Ain't fucking commenting in there.
She said, hello, like, thanks for joining us, sleuthy goosey. And I thought, bitch, I've been here for years.
So
Like,
dumb.
was that supposed to be like a, I know you're sleuthy goosey? Because, like, everybody knew.
Julie's in here all serious. She's like, this case now affects us all. I can hear the passion in Julie's voice. The corruption and the suppression affects your children and your grandchildren for generations. The photos were taken by searchers. It's a fact they choose to stay and look at in court.
Julie must be behind. She must start at the beginning. Also, woman said you might refresh because you're blocked now.
I don't know if I pull up the group though, then it's gonna like make it come up on my feed, and I don't want it to.
No,
you know what
don't.
I mean? It'll think like I like it or something, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, don't.
Okay, all right. We're not this.
All right,
sucks.
go ahead, but keep Elvis there for when
I got it.
Okay.
I got Elvis coming in hot sometimes.
We need to ask DB how he does it where like he makes random things just pop up on the whole screen. That's what we need.
Oh, I don't, yeah, I'm not that fancy. Oh, I know how to do it. I'll have to add it to StreamYard.
Oh, you could do it as like a,
Yeah.
like how people do the peen screen or whatever.
Yeah, hold on. I'll do it.
Justice. That's the only way that we can feel comfortable with the verdict, is to know that it was fact-based, not feelings. And I feel like, and that goes two ways here, because throughout the trial, the defense tried to make Richard Allen the victim and tried
I love it.
So again, I'm glad that they did not use sympathy either way.
Yes, great point, because they played that card that he was a victim, showing videos and
they played the card that he was a victim. The fucking guy wasn't convicted of anything, and he was being tortured. He is a fucking victim, whether he's guilty or not. They created a victim.
Sure, for sure.
There was no playing a card like he's a victim. He is a victim.
It's just a different type of victim than what they are. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a competition who is more a victim. You know what I mean? We know that Abby and Libby are dead. We know that. Bob, I defend mine.
That's what I said. You know what? I'm not actually very mean to very many people, but they have come for my channel and me and my friends repeatedly. I'm over those fucking people. I could care two shits about them.
Yeah, I still say they're salty.
Yeah.
And pictures or clips from where he was housed as a safekeeper.
He's housed as
he actually had more privileges in that area than anybody else being housed there.
Really?
That part they don't disclose.
What privileges did he have more than anybody else there? What privileges?
That was just a copy pasta from Nick to then Gull to then here. Just copy pasta down the line.
I would love for them to be able to say what those are, because they don't know.
I have not a shitteth to give.
Woman.
Wrong.
Close that.
And the other thing is, go ahead.
Say, when you're convicted of a major crime like this, you're not sent to a vacation resort to await trial.
This was before you were convicted.
There's been enough evidence collected by the investigative team that they think that this is the guy. The prosecutor.
Could you imagine if they had thrown Derek in there and treated Derek that way?
Oh, no. Nope.
And then they wanted to show videos of Derek eating his own shit?
Nope. Well,
because they found all the evidence they needed before he was convicted of being a manufacturer of methamphetamines. Could you imagine? Would Derek have survived? Would he
well,
be a victim then?
Reviews the information and thinks it's the guy, and then they go to a judge to be able to make an arrest. So he was put into a safekeeping environment because he probably wouldn't have been safe at a local jail because of how many people know about this. And let's face it, when you do crimes against children, you're definitely not favored very much in our prison and jail system.
The juror went on to say in that interview with Murder Sheet and sharing with Fox 59 that the prosecutor's closing arguments had an impact when he said specifically to the jury pool, Libby, his words, Libby wanted to help police solve crimes. The juror says that the jury pool thought that really resonated with it, that this, your granddaughter, because she wanted to help police solve crimes when she held up that cell phone and grabbed that image that really helped in this case, that was part of the pivotal thing that helped them make a decision.
That makes me feel good.
Yeah, I'm glad that Libby was able to help.
Mike, you told the court in addressing the convicted killer, you said, your act of murder has tested my faith. I am still not ready to provide forgiveness, but when I am, it will be for my own faith and conscience and not yours.
Still feel that way today.
Becky, this family continues to move forward. New in-laws, new babies on the way, new dreams, new people. You went on to say in your statement, quote, not enough words in our language that begins to paint the picture of the grief we've lived with each and every day. Knowing that this grief has no end, there is no bottom to this. How do you function? Because in the sense of, I know you're functioning, so I get it. But how are you making it work? Because you are still loving your family, you're still doing things, you're still moving forward, and you're trying to do the best possible. People are watching. So how do you move forward?
You don't have a choice. You have to eventually. You can't live in that day forever. The rest of our family deserves us to move forward. We lost out in the last 8 years. We've lost out on so much of our other grandchildren's lives. We have made a conscious decision that we have to take that back. We have to move forward for the kids' sakes, for the new grandbabies, for them, and because they shouldn't suffer for what has happened. Not that Libby will ever be forgotten, because Libby is included in every single thing that we do still today. And at least we're finally getting to the point that we can celebrate the life that Libby lived and not only mourn that she died. So we incorporate all the good that was Libby into the new babies and the things that we do now.
are you saying something?
Yeah, I'm over here talking.
Oh. God damn.
I said that's probably the best thing I've heard her say since the interview started, is that she probably has missed out, and their focus hasn't been on their other grandchildren, because the focus has been on Libby and dealing with that. So I'm just saying, like, that's actually the most honest, best thing I've heard her say the entire time, is taking all of what Libby offered and all of the good that Libby had and putting it into the other grandchildren.
As a family, you guys connected went to Crime Con, you went on talk shows. There wasn't anything that you didn't do in those early days. But when it came to the Golden State Killer, for example, investigation, that took 30 years to solve. This also could have been a waiting game. And you feared that in the early days. This could have gone forever. Former State Police Superintendent Doug Carter and current State Police Detective Jerry Holman always reminded you that this was not a cold case, even though it felt like things were just not happening in the public view. What made the difference? What was the thing that made this work? Because you saw the Golden State Killer story. You talked to those family members. They told you, you could be waiting forever. You may die before you find out. So what was the difference in this case?
I believe it was the level of commitment from the investigative team. Doug Carter specifically, along with Jerry Holman.
Doug Carter didn't investigate shit.
I mean, I don't want, if I start naming everybody, I'm going to leave them out. They were so highly committed to this. And they knew, I believe, to some level, the fact that we were able to put ourselves out there essentially for 5 years, almost nonstop, talking to anybody, going to shows, going to what you mentioned, right? We go on TV shows, talk shows, doing interviews with reporters. Our job was to keep the information out there till we found this killer. We worked hard at that, and we gave up a lot for 5 years till we finally got to the arrest.
A lot happened in this kitchen.
Yes, it did.
I remember there was a map right here, a board. You were keeping track of where every poster was being sent across the country.
Yes, we made it with the help of so many people from Facebook. There was a flyer sent to every sheriff's department in every county of the U.S.
A flyer of a photo of a man who apparently had nothing to do with this.
Correct.
Cool.
Well, now they'll say that it's the same person.
Oh, yes. When you
It's
combine
now
the two,
the
I forgot.
person. If you go back to when they switched everything over, the family was pissed about how much money and time they had put into making sure that there was billboards and flyers and all over America and beyond. I mean, you say what we want, but like Becky Patty, you messaged Becky Patty back in the day, she'd send you a box of flyers. She would go print them and send them to you.
And yes, there were flyers in CBS.
Yeah, they were super pissed when they tried to change that narrative. And now it's like, nope, that narrative never changed. We always believed it was the same guy. It's like, no, you didn't, you fucking liars, because you actually put out an entire press release saying that you didn't, that you already identified that person and that they were cleared. They weren't even part of it anymore.
I have to say, I was surprised by this. Like, I thought that there would be, like, the counters right behind them. Like, I thought it would be, since they went through, like, the staging of this whole thing, like the news did, to, you know, everybody sitting at the table and they have the lighting and I thought that there would be pictures set up of the girls.
There is on the wall behind Raquel over here, there is a huge picture of Libby. They only show it when they show the side angle. So when the cameraman over here actually like comes in, you can see that there's a big picture of Libby over here on the wall by Raquel.
Well, move it.
I know. I'm just saying that there is. They definitely have it. It's just
with the help of so many people, we were able to keep it out there.
Were you ever overwhelmed by the international response? Because this was just not a Carroll County thing or an Indiana thing, right? At some point, this really got out of control, in the sense that you were getting
Where?
correspondence.
right there. This whole thing right here is Libby.
Oh, I can't even see.
Yeah, that's Libby's picture, and then a whole prayer thing about remembering Libby and how much they miss her. This whole little thing is like a little mini memorial to Libby, right here.
And so people were on the podcast, and they were just fascinated, right or wrong, with the story.
Yeah. First off, we didn't know any different. This is our first time ever being through anything like this. We never followed true crime. We never followed this. We didn't know what was normal. We didn't know if this was normal or not. Had no clue. We just had to deal with it.
Our allowed to keep it out.
But you did. And so what I'm taking it one step further, were you ever surprised with the overwhelming interest from people around the world
Oh, yes.
that are nowhere near Carroll County,
Yes.
who are like saying to you, whether it's France or Australia, saying, hey, what's happening to Abby and Libby? That had to be like, you're calling from where?
I think a lot of that has stemmed from the way that we approached how we were going to deal with this, meaning we're going to work with law enforcement. We made that decision early on, and we're going to work with the media because the media has a much louder voice than me standing up on the square in Delphi and yelling.
Just an FYI, Becky Patty has dealt with murder. Streets of Bakersfield is correct. She's dealt with murder in her family. Her grandparents were murdered.
Out, then I need somebody to look for this guy and hanging posters. And we made a conscious decision. That's how we're going to walk through this. We're going to stick, walk hand in hand, if you would, with law enforcement and the investigative team. So I think that made a difference, of how other people perceived this and how it caught so much other attention nationally.
But you give up a lot of your privacy.
Oh,
okay, not grandparents, aunt and uncle. I apologize. I said the wrong family members, but yes.
By doing all right, I mean, I've been in your lives now for 8 years. I know that I've been that guy.
The girls was worth it.
They deserve nothing less.
We needed to find their killer.
Every day in our state, there's another empty chair for a Hoosier family because of violence, some kind of violence. You have been through one of the most horrific experiences that any family can go through. You are part of that family of people who have to deal with grief. Based on what you have been through, what do you tell a parent, a loved one, about how these life-changing situations, how do you manage it? How do you keep it in control? How do you not let it tear you apart so that you can continue to live? Based on what you've lived through, right? Because only you can talk about this topic because you've lived it.
Lean on your family. We've been fortunate enough that we have a large family and a very good support system. Because there's days that you want to scream, you want to, you are frustrated, you are having a bad time. You lean on another family member or a close friend or somebody that you can talk to. Talk. Don't keep it inside of you. I think that I deal best if I can talk to somebody.
I would agree with everything she said. And we have a wonderful community here. Absolutely stellar. They have lifted us up and helped carry us through this whole thing from day one. I just can't say enough, from meeting somebody, on the sidewalk, in town, or at a food establishment or whatever. The support has just been stellar.
And as the legal briefings now, a rush of legal briefings in recent days to correct errors, and pictures are coming out, and the things that we saw in the courtroom are now entering the public discussion, and it's coming all back again, right? How are you preparing for the appeals journey?
I'm not. Just like I kind of just turned it over to God and said, I have to trust that the people will see, that they will see the truth, and they will be able to go through all the muck, everything thrown out there, the appeals courts, whatever, that they see the truth and that they will rule accordingly.
I agree with you.
I can't.
The truth.
It's taken enough of my life.
They see the truth and they rule accordingly. I'm right there with you, Becky. I hope you're right. I hope they see the truth and they rule accordingly.
And these appeals can go on for years and years. I refuse to let it control my life anymore. I'm turning this over to God and letting, to me, I don't believe that the appeals are going to go anywhere. And I'm going on with life.
Echo.
Pretty
They-
much
they
an
don't-
echo on that.
they don't?
I'm always a little more skeptical on that front. However,
Skeptical.
whatever.
Skeptical on what front? On
The appeal.
leaving it to God? Well, she said
Oh,
she's going to leave it to God. So is he skeptical on the God part?
Probably.
Whatever happens, Richard Allen's confessed to this. He knew things specific about the crime
No,
that
he didn't.
nobody else knew except for Abby and Libby. And of course, they're not here today to talk about it. He
Bullshit.
will always be guilty to me, no matter what kind of appeal. If they try to get off on some technicality or something, doesn't change the fact that he killed our girls.
Detective Holman told me that it doesn't matter. He's not retiring yet. He's still a young fella, but he told me that it doesn't really matter as far as he's concerned. That he will stick with this every step of the way until his last breath.
Yeah, because he can't have him getting out. That's for damn sure.
Different in his
No.
life, that he's not giving up on this. Do you see it the same way, that no matter whatever's being filed or whatever's happening, that this is your charge to make sure that these girls' names are held at a high level?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll definitely stay engaged with that. But this whole process has taken so much away from us and our family that we've also made a conscious decision that we're not going to allow that anymore. Our priority is going to shift back to our family.
And one thing that your family does is the Memorial Park, which really is a beacon to the legacy of the girls. What's the latest on that project? I know that every year when you drive by the park, it gets better and better and
That's
better.
spooky now.
So in 2025, where do you hope that park project goes?
Park project.
Right now, we're working on trying to get a sign to memorialize the girls as well as kind of signify the park. There's a small sign down there that I built, I don't know, 7-8 years ago out here in my shop. So it's time for a little better recognition on that. So that's something we're working on, trying to find some grants and some monies to get that done. Because the park is fully self-funded. We make money only off of concession sales or whatever events we hold down there. That's we don't receive any monies
Right.
subsidized otherwise.
You work that property with the family of Abby, so it's a multi-family situation. You take care of the property, you mow the property. The Erskines are out there mowing in the summer. You guys mow as well. You have found a rock with a heart one year, which sent chills up your. I remember the rock.
That was Diane.
That was Diane who, right? When you're out there, what do you see? I mean, because it is now full of life. The amphitheater, you have a number of softball events. So people are doing the very thing that the girls wanted to do. They wanted to play softball going into high school. When you walk those grounds, when you're out there, is that sort of your woosah place? Is that where you just go, even though I know you have a big barn with a lot of stuff out there, but is that your place where you just relax and go, you know what? This is the good times for us. I don't know. What do you see out there?
To me, it's when we're out there and we have one of these big tournament events and, hundreds and hundreds of kids are there and all the parents, it just brings everything to life. You hear kids chanting their songs and stuff in the dugouts and yelling and screaming and home runs getting hit and people going.
Including Gull's granddaughter.
It's very pleasant.
Correct.
What more? How can people, right? People are always looking for ways to connect. So how can people support the legacy of Abby and Libby moving forward? What can they do as they look for ways to connect with you?
Why'd she look at him like that?
With that project, if at all?
I don't know. That was weird,
You can
right?
certainly attend any of the events. We have a number of summer concert series, and it's free. I mean, it's a free will. If you want to donate, that's fine. We also have a website that if people wanted to donate and help us continue to grow this park, they can certainly go there.
They also have, we have memorial bricks that you can buy for a loved one or somebody, and for any reason, one that passed away, one you just want to recognize, or people getting married or whatever. The memorial park isn't just for the girls; it's for the people, and we do have pavers
I
and
thought it was a
find
memorial for the girls.
that people have bought, and a little bit of the proceeds from that goes to the park. But if they would like to buy a
fundraising.
brick for somebody in their family to be memorialized, they could also do that.
I know that
It's to fundraise. So they sell these bricks, and then you can put your memorial brick in there, and then the money goes back to the ballpark. I'm sorry, I thought the ballpark was completely done. Now they need another sign. It doesn't have a sign. I'm not overly familiar with all the ballpark stuff, so please forgive me. But
I thought it was too. I mean, they've gotten millions.
that's just crazy.
you folks want a break from all of this, but the break is impossible, as you know. In my last two questions, this week already, we'll mark a day, and every day on the calendar will be that day. This year, how do you hope to spend that day or that moment? And I know that every day will hopefully get easier for you, but on this occasion, on the 13th and 14th of February, what does that look like for this family?
What on earth?
Probably be the first time that I've chosen to work that day. I've always taken that day off. And I was telling her the other day that I'm getting meeting requests and different things coming in through work. And I'm like, all right, do I accept these meetings or do I take the day off? And I'm like, okay, I think it's time. It's time. I'm gonna work that day.
Okay.
I'll go visit Libby. It'll probably be a quiet day. We don't usually go any place or do much during those couple of days because it's tough, because you just don't know when you're going to break down crying. But we can't make it. We have decided we can't make it a sad day because we have little grandbabies that are going to be getting bigger and they don't understand. They're going to go to school and have Valentine's parties, and they're not going to understand why we don't do that, and we're sad. So we have to figure out a way to make it normal.
But you're ready for all this to be over.
Yes.
You're ready for me to go away, in a good way.
In a good way.
It's time. It's time.
Yeah.
It's time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
We want to take our lives back.
Yeah.
We want to take our lives back. And to her point on, we really haven't celebrated Valentine's Day. Not that I don't love her and she doesn't deserve a box of chocolates or a dozen roses, but it just hasn't been a day of celebration for us. And what she said, we made a conscious decision. We actually talked about it. Said, you know what? We have to do this for the rest of our family, right? Little kids, they take little cards to school, little Valentines, and share, and we want to make sure that they get to experience that. That's the right.
Why wouldn't they get to experience that with their parents doing that?
I don't have any. That's a very odd. I was thinking that too, and they were like, they want to know why we're not celebrating like Valentine's Day.
Their parents. They have parents.
Well, yeah, and like your tiny kids are celebrating Valentine's Day typically at school with their little Valentine's parties, and they're exchanging their little Valentines.
Yeah. And it has nothing to do with you, really. I mean, if you can't,
I don't think my kids would have given two shits what my mom and dad were doing on Valentine's Day ever.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, in Valentine, I guess, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, we don't do anything. Well, my kid did give me like slippers with hearts on them and a thing of chocolates, but that's because my mom, when she was here, she bought them and she hid them. So when he FaceTimed her on Thursday, she was like, take the phone and go upstairs. And I didn't know what they were doing. Here's getting it. But that was because it was my mother. Like, otherwise, we would not have done anything. I put a couple things like in his, he made the kids were making their own mailboxes, like Valentine mailboxes to bring to school so that all the kids could just, they didn't want them writing to Teresa from Ryan.
Right.
Just so they could just hand them out to literally everybody.
Right. That's how Jeremy had to do it. So they're all just from Jeremy. You can write to my friend or
Yeah.
my pal, but you can't put anybody's names.
But like, he didn't come home and say like, what are we doing for Valentine's Day? You know what I mean? But also, I'm his mother. He doesn't give a shit what my mother's doing on
That's what I
Valentine's
said. My
Day.
kids would not give two craps about what my mom and dad were doing for Valentine's Day. So
Weird.
I mean, and not to say that those days are not hard, and I don't mean to take that away, because obviously the day is hard for them. I'm not trying to take, but to say like we got to go back to normal and celebrate Valentine's Day with our other grandkids, I don't know. Maybe there's grandparents out there that are just celebrating Valentine's Day.
But that would not be a
No.
tradition. That's not a tradition for them because they've never done it. Like, if they've not been doing that since the girl's passing, and now the grandkids are here and they've never done it, like, the grandkids don't know no different. They've never celebrated those things. And I hate to tell you, but like, the anniversary this year of when my dad died, like, I don't even know what day it is. Like, I don't just randomly burst into tears. Like, you know what I mean? I randomly burst into tears whenever, and it's always random shit. It has nothing to do with like, oh, today's Christmas, and I start to cry. It's like anytime.
Yeah, there's just sometimes that it's just random things will happen.
Yeah.
And
Like, I was
random.
pumping gas, and I fucking started crying. People looked at me like I was insane.
Just because it hits you at weird times, and that's just
Yeah.
that's grief. It's like Macy. So Macy's right here though, because they are great grandparents.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
Tara's boys. I didn't even think about it like that too.
Yeah, I
Tara's
forgot.
boys are grown. Kelsey's grown.
Yeah.
Their little sister is got to be at minimum a junior, senior in high school, and then so you have Kelsey's kid. They'd be great grandparents. They don't have any grandchildren that would even be in the needing Valentine's Day stuff from grandma.
Yeah. I forgot that they were great grand.
I did too.
I also wonder, it was almost like they were talking about these grandchildren like they were, maybe this is out of line, but like they were expected to be like raising them like they did. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
Like
maybe
Libby and
somebody did say that Kelsey lives there. I don't know. I don't know that to be true or not true.
with her
Maybe.
husband.
I don't know.
Oh God, I could never.
Oh, and
Not
Cody,
with these people. I just mean with my in-laws. There ain't no fucking way.
I guess we could be counting Cody's kids also. Yeah, because they adopted him.
Oh, true.
Yeah, Kelsey has one, and then is about to have another. Why are the parents not being interviewed? Well,
Where is Derek?
Derek never interviews.
Yeah, but
Derek
like I thought that was because
never
like the trial's over. You could say something now. You know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I just don't. I don't think so. I don't think he'll ever interview. I just don't see it.
Oh,
I think that Derek takes a lot of responsibility for it and being there. I don't know.
Do you think?
I do. I think he does.
I
Like,
find it interesting
being
that
being at the location, and they were either being killed or just been killed. I think he takes a lot of that on himself. Plus, I mean, at the beginning of the case, a lot of people definitely thought Derek was involved. So,
well,
people do.
I wasn't gonna say that specifically, but I was gonna say, like, in line with that it was kind of striking when I heard Carrie saying things like, and essentially what she was trying to say was like, Derek knew really sketchy motherfuckers, and I was like trying to give them the information about these sketchy motherfuckers, and nobody went and talked to these people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's strange to me. I mean, it was obviously strange to her.
Miku, that's been rumored. I don't know if anybody ever actually confirmed it, because in court they testified that he was just out taking photos for Becky's company. But that was rumored for a long time, that there was some drug deals going down at that very moment. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'm not the one to know that. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, like, how they treated the one girl's dad, mom and dad in Evansdale. That like never happened here, and I would expect it to. and they're similarly situated.
Hmm.
And police were suspicious of him and her and their acquaintances and things like that for literally the same reason. It just seems odd that they didn't consider that whether it was an acquaintance that was into drugs with them or somebody that he had previously got locked up. Like, it just is bizarre to not consider that.
R&M, you got an email from the park's attorneys?
Yeah. She'd probably share the email.
She probably has.
Probably.
Jesus.
I feel like we don't have much longer. We're at 44, almost 45,
Yeah,
and I think he does like a they do like an ending thing.
Yeah, no, we're almost done.
Send it to me and text it to me, Angela.
She's like, oh, yes.
The upswing.
Assist and deceased.
Which is an observation. When we spoke during the sentencing, it was around the holidays. And I asked you what you folks were going to do for the holidays. And I don't want you to name the facility, but I was even more impressed with the fact that since this tragedy, that you as a family come together and on a specific day you go and help people less fortunate than yourselves at a nursing home facility in the region.
Mm-hmm.
How critical is that this family who has faced the depths of loss, of tragedy, so publicly, the press asking you questions every year, how do you feel? But nonetheless, you have moved forward to empower other people, to make other people who may be broken whole. I think it says a lot about your family that people may not know.
Like, look at her face while he's talking. I mean, Mike looks the same as always, but
she looks broken. I don't know. She just does not look like her.
I'm saying she looks worse than I've ever seen. Like, I'm not saying she looks like sick or anything like that, but I'm saying she just looks more.
She looks broken.
Yeah. And confused, really.
Yeah.
Not relieved like you would think. Like they said it, that it feels like a weight was lifted, but it just doesn't look that way.
Hold on, I gotta add this one so you can see this. This is I don't even know what I was scrolling the other day, and I found this. I found this, and I immediately thought of Anne. And I was like, this is Ange.
That is her.
That is so her.
All right, so she sent me a whole thread, and she said, read the thread because the context is important. She said, in 2021, I initiated a macro level community assessment of Carroll County, Indiana as the first step of a research proposal on community resilience and post-traumatic stress after unsolved homicides of children. I began contacting nonprofits and stakeholders to get an idea of the mental health services and resource landscape of the county. I was initially surprised by a stakeholder resistance and skepticism. In some instances, I was met with blatant paranoia and hostility. I tried to give the benefit of the doubt, as the paranoia I sensed made sense to me at the time, given the very nature of my research, which was communal trauma, and the multiple unsolved homicides the county was facing. One such instance of hostility occurred after I emailed the contact person for the Abby and Libby Memorial Park. I introduced and identified myself by name and credential and outlined explicitly the nature of my research and request. I received an unusual response, not from the Libby and Abby Park representatives themselves, but from their attorney. This was in response to my request for the park's public 990s, a very standard request when conducting nonprofit research. And it says, this is the email, it says, in this case, the audited financial statements you have requested do not exist and are not required by IRS regulations. While some background checking suggests that you are simply working on a research document, and are collecting information to support your research, your repeated requests for financial information to a nonprofit organization with whom you have no affiliation, and the quote official tone, end quote, of the requests is disconcerting to a rural nonprofit board who have a simple goal of providing a park for nature appreciation, play, and athletic contests. Please direct all future communications to me as the general counsel for the organization, and I'll be happy to help you to the extent required by law. She said, nonprofits, that was the email. So now she says nonprofits are used to working with social workers and researchers, especially when in the early stages of implementation. I had certainly never been background checked by a nonprofit after sending an introductory email before. It was weird. It was alarming. I backed off. My research began to change. I began to see Carroll County through a different lens. I still saw a community saturated with trauma, but not necessarily or solely due to the homicides. I saw a community saturated with trauma from deeply embedded corruption, corrupt politicians, corrupt stakeholders, corrupt law enforcement and commissioners and elected leaders. What the fuck is this place hiding? Oh, there's only two more, I think. Yeah. So Shed says Carroll County is cursed with greed, dishonesty, narcissism, and spectacular indifference by those in positions of authority. Carroll County is a cursed place, but not because of God or Odin or something I can't say. Carroll County is cursed because of the monstrous men who run it. If you're interested in what this has looked like over the years, I would start here. And then she linked a YouTube playlist. I guess it's Carroll County corruption. But yeah, that's the email.
Some background checking suggests that you were simply working on a research document. So they're like background checking her and then are collecting information to support for your research. Your repeated request for financial information to a nonprofit organization with whom you have no affiliation and the official tone of the request is disconcerting. Why?
Uh-huh.
What are you hiding?
Yeah.
You're a nonprofit. There's no reason that your financials shouldn't be public. You have such an official tone. So official.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like
you were too official. You should have been like, hey, bitches, give me your money.
Let me get them audits.
Let me get them audits. Let me get them audits.
Well, Beth would just tell you to go fuck yourself and then give it to the media.
But your official tone of your requests is disconcerting. It's a simple goal of providing a park. It's just for nature appreciation and athletic contests. It's not that serious.
Why do you want to know how much money we're getting?
Yeah, because you're a nonprofit. Everybody has the right to know. Yeah, why is it in quotes? That was kind of weird too.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird too, yeah. Dang, that is your origin story. Such a villain. They meant non-official. No, I think it was. I don't.
And then they sicked murder sheet on you.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because they'll never look. They'll never ask.
Well, no, not if you're getting paid under the table.
So basically, how dare you, Angela? That was disrespectful to the family for you to have even requested those things.
What they want to do is have nature for people to be able to see.
I can see nature right now.
How dare you ask about their financials? Judge Jessica's like, now I want to ask. I want to ask too.
Do it.
Income tax returns are public from 990. You either have to post them online or post where you can request copies. What's the name of it? I'm gonna get them for you.
Do it.
There you go, Ange.
Send Travis the information.
We just want to do a natures. Classic overthinkers. Like, I'm so far behind. Why the hell are they so fixated on the damn photos?
I said the same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Mhm.
CH, you cannot say YT because now it's like, are they a white nonprofit?
How, in what world does YT equal white?
In apparently this world, because I was calling them YouTube supremacists, and then it's not what they are. So now that is
Oh,
a
like
nonprofit.
like Y, so long Y.
Yeah.
White.
White.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Bizarro. You people are weird.
Yeah. So I kept saying that they were YouTube supremacists, and then they started laughing at me. Because I wasn't saying it white. Yeah, that's so wrong. Freaking YouTube supremacists, I tell you.
I'm glad Travis is going to ask. Can we finish this thing?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you finish off the set. Why do you think it's so important to help other people? That's what you're doing.
I don't look at it as helping them as much as what they gave us. They allowed us to come in there on a hard day, and they loved us. So I don't look at it as us helping them. I really don't.
Who?
We're glad to, and that was, and doing that was something that we had always said we were going to do, because our kids, our grandkids are kind of spoiled, and we've always tried to teach them
All our
how
kids are
to give,
spoiled.
you know, and so that was always a thing, that we need to help others, that, you know, and we had always said we were going to do that, and we had never gotten the chance yet. And Libby was so looking forward to that. That was one of the things that we made sure
Do
we
not,
did.
Teresa.
We knew that was something Libby really wanted to do. And we really started that to honor her. But in reality, they gave us so much.
Do not.
And Mike, you get the last
I
word.
have to.
Yes, it is. We look forward to that event every year, and nobody in our family minds getting up on Christmas morning and heading to that facility to fix a Christmas dinner for all these people. They all show up. Sometimes and they go and sit with the residents and enjoy lunch with them, with everybody. And it's neat to see. It is neat to see from, you want to call
What
it.
does it need to do? Do you do it though? I'm confused.
All of our kids and grandkids and everybody get involved and help and serve and just going in, sitting with folks and just having a good
That's how
time.
that they do for the community during the holidays.
I don't know if proud is the right word, but it's very fulfilling, you know, for us as a family to be able to do that.
Mike and Becky Patty, thank you.
Mm-hmm. But I do want to go back to something real quick.
Not the pictures, please, for the love of God.
Talked about the Golden State Killer
Yes, ma'am.
family.
Yes, ma'am.
You realize they were one of them that told us, don't ever give up hope. They gave us the will to, no matter how long it takes. They're the ones that told us, no matter how long it takes, you never give up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever stop fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were many times that we looked at each other and thought, boy, this could go on for a long, long time. We had no clue. But if they could do it for 30 years, so can we. So those people showed us strength and showed us what might be and told us, don't ever give up.
Thank you.
Don't you want to know whose DNA was at the crime scene?
The best.
Like
That's
that
like
would be
what Lisa said. Like the biggest thing, and we talked about this when they brought up the Golden State Killer before in the interview. They actually had his DNA and tested it,
right,
and got him. I don't know what this whole like comparing it to the Golden State Killer is.
because they told them to hang on or whatever. But I mean, You know what would be wearing me down? Not knowing who the fuck all's DNA was at that crime scene. That would be wearing me down. Knowing it wasn't Richard Allen's and his DNA wasn't there, I want to know whose DNA was there.
Well, there's 3 hairs that we know for sure they're not testing. They made a conscious decision not to test. They chose not to test it because they're waiting for new technology or some bullshit. Like, what do you need that for? To exonerate him later? Make that make sense. Michael just said that Andrea Burkhardt has a new video up, and so I just grabbed the link. If anybody wants to watch that too, you guys can watch that. It's about Nick McClelland and his shenanigans.
Ooh.
I heard somebody was asking for the toe. You guys want the toe? Did you do the toe? Did you do the toe? You get the toe. The toe.
I love how there's a live PD thing, like straight to jail, Brad Weber.
just a tip.
Oh my God. God.
It's just a tip. You guys, it's gonna be okay. It's just a tip. It's just a tip. The toe's fine. Wrong. It's so wrong. It's so wrong.
Did you know that, like, if you lose
This is why
the whole...
TV does this on Angie's Lives, because this is so much more fun. He just randomly starts putting stuff up all the time.
Oh my God, the wrong, like, I'm living for it. The wrong
Oh,
thing.
that is just gonna stay
now you can forget it. That's gonna be the next several. I'm gonna literally join and not even join just so I can do it.
Every time that we listen to anybody talking about anything, we're just gonna be like, wrong. It's just wrong. It's just that's inaccurate information.
Oh
no, you asked for the toe. Christy says, I'm out.
It's hilarious how I was like, don't you dare, randomly. And several folks were so traumatized they knew what it was. When I saw the media assets like update, and I didn't even have to click on it to see what it was, and I knew what it was. Oh my God.
They asked for it. They wanted it. They wanted the toe. I don't think that anybody's ever figured out what happened to the toe.
Like,
holy shit.
Did you like step on a fishing hook and it got stuck? And so you were like, I don't need the tip. And you just chopped it off? Because they say as long as you have the toe, the whole, like the rest of the toe, then you can walk. Because you know you can't walk without your thumb toe, right? But I guess you can walk without the tip of your thumb toe. Gangrene only in the tip?
Poor guy. It's just a tip.
Don't bring the nipples into this.
Don't bring nipple into this. We're not talking about nipple right now.
Oh my God.
Oh geez. All right. So I put the link in here for you guys.
Oh, lawnmower. Somebody said a lawnmower took it. No, that would take the whole toe.
Catfish ate it.
Toe mater.
This is the toe mater. It was a fishing hook. It was that fishing hook. Got it. It was Mike Nipple. Mike Nipple came and got the toe.
Are you guys serious? You don't call it the thumb toe?
I've never called it the thumb toe. No.
What do you call it?
It's a big toe.
I mean, it's okay. Do you call the thumb on your hand? Do you call it the big finger?
No, I call it the thumb because it's a thumb.
So why isn't your big toe a thumb toe?
Because it's your big toe.
Who says?
The world.
I actually, wait a minute. What's the real name of it?
Or it's the piggy that went to the market.
I'm going to type a medical term for thumb toe.
Okay, well, you can't because it's not a thumb toe. Thumb toe doesn't exist.
It's the great toe, the hallux.
It's the big toe.
Yeah, the big toe.
Fiend, literally everybody calls it the big toe. Literally everybody except for you. Nobody calls it the thumb toe. And nobody calls it the big finger. It's not even your biggest finger. So I would never call it the big finger. I have more fingers and a big finger. Brad calls it missing.
Just a
My
tip.
missing toe.
Well, it's not his biggest toe, so he doesn't call it the big toe. What do you reckon he calls it?
Maybe this is a pinky toe.
I'm here to tell you, I said thumb toe, and you knew what I was talking about.
Well, I did.
So it works.
I don't ever refer to it as that. What universe did you come from? The Brad Weber and the Great Toe Heist.
She looks like she's seen the toe. He looks like he is the toe.
This is a toe.
I
Now
can't
have to
tell.
hear- I'm gonna be goofy all the time now. I'm just gonna start putting up random shit in the,
Oh,
in the
yes.
fucking media.
So, like, it looks like it still has, like, the nail bed, which can't be possible
It does? Hold
unless
on,
he
I'm
lost the middle of the toe and then they sewed the tip back on.
No, I just think that's like past the little knuckle. I think it's like there's a little knuckle there, and then he's got like the rest of it. Like I wonder if he can still bend it.
Oh, well, at the second knuckle, probably.
No, I mean like the middle knuckle.
I want you to do this right now. I want you to hold your thumb toe and see if you can bend the rest of your toes.
You want me to hold my thumb toe?
Like, hold your
You
thumb
mean my
toe
big toe?
so it can't move.
Uh-huh.
Will the rest of your toes bend?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes. Well, yeah, they do.
Well. Oh, someone thinks it's a fluke. They think he's just like tucked it in, like when they steal your nose. The index toe is not that long. It just looks that long because the thumb toe is so small.
No, his toe's gone. Hold on, I'll show you another picture where you can see he doesn't have a toe.
They think he's
How is
tucking
that?
it.
It's not a tuck. He's not tucking it in. He's not tucking it. There's no tuck. It's gone.
Oh my God.
Showing-
See, I was gonna go on camera and see now I can't because I didn't cry
Now
my
I feel like
eyelashes out.
Now I feel like we're watching Silence of the Lambs.
Oh my God.
Oh shit, hold on. I gotta take this down so you guys can see this one. No, it's definitely not. It's not like somebody stole your nose.
Oh my God.
It's not like somebody stole your nose. Nobody's tucking it in. It's like, are these pics even legal? No, it's just
It looks like they added the tip to the. Did they add the tip to the index toe?
No, it's probably just gotten bigger because it's got more use out of it. It's not tucked in. There's no tuck.
If he doesn't whip that thing out at parties, I'm gonna be really disappointed.
He's like, look, got your toe.
Cat got your toe.
You got your toe. Oh my God. It's your thumb toe.
These look like toe snatchers.
No, and she's like, ooh, I got his toe. Why are there so many toe pics? I don't know. There just are. I just have so many toe pics. I don't know why. I just do. Just this one. I think he has shoes on in this one. Hold on. You can
Like
still
they have
see
a
his-
new person come over and they're like, Brad, show them the toe. Show them your toe.
Show him the toe.
It's pointed like an elf's foot.
Travis says he's unfamiliar with these parts. He needs a diagram.
All you need to know is it's a thumb toe.
Oh, man. Geez, like the Quentin Tarantino hotel.
I know who can help find this tip.
Oh, Kathy knows where the tip is.
This tip is
She knows where to find the tip.
It's in a box in a drawer in the desk. Do you listen
Nobody's
to Taylor
looked at
Swift?
it for a
Have you
long
listened to-
time.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm crying.
Oh God, I know. All right, I think that's enough. I think that's enough of. It's enough of just the tip. Which one's
index-
the index?
So
What
the
would the-
index would be the
index
pointer toe. Yeah, the pointer toe. Pointer
A
finger.
pointer toe?
Index. See, that's what I'm saying. If we're going to call it the index toe,
Well,
then
how the hell
it's
do
also
you
the
go
thumb.
around pointing with your toe? Oh, it
Try it.
probably is. It probably is in Rick's memory box. That's true. Or maybe that's a crime scene. Wait, but you can't point with this.
Why can't you?
Who are you pointing at?
The fish. I bet you he uses that pointer toe on the other foot to spear fish.
You think he's like pointing at people with his toe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that Holman's right on that. He'll find it. So then what do you call, is this like a middle toe? Like, do you flip people
Yeah.
off of it? Do you give people the middle toe?
Yeah. I swear to God. So I'm looking at it right now. It is literally called the index toe, the middle toe, the ring toe, and the pinky toe. Actually, it says pink, but that must be a typo.
Well, it's a pinky toe. It's still not a thumb toe.
Okay, so explain to me why all of the names for the feet toes would correspond with the fingers.
How is this opposed to the hand toes?
Why do they correspond with the fingers except for the thumb? Are you serious?
I don't call that my index toe. I
Well,
sure as hell don't call it. I sure as hell don't call it a pointer toe.
That's its name. That's their names. Index toe, middle toe, ring toe, pinky toe.
It's a half a toe now. It's a half a toe. It's your
a
ring
thumb
toe?
Whatever. I've called it a thumb toe my entire life.
Really?
Yes, dude.
All right then. I'm gonna look up who calls it a thumb toe. It's just gonna have a picture of Sleuthy.
A thumb isn't a finger, and neither is a toe.
Okay, so a thumb toe, if you look it up on Google, which we all know that Google is Cecil's research area, a thumb toe actually describes a thumb that looks like a toe.
Okay, that applies. His toe looks like a thumb.
Like here, look. Here's a thumb toe. There's thumb toes. They look like they look like toes.
Oh my God. Okay, that looks like his toe.
This doesn't look like a toe.
What the fuck is happening?
But that's what it is. See, like there's a thumb toe.
A thumb toe. I'm confused.
Toe thumbs. A toe thumb. They're disgusting.
I mean, that looks like his thumb toe. That looks like his toe.
It does look like his toe.
Okay, so he has a thumb toe.
Give it up a thumb toe.
I'm here to tell you I'm telling you, it looks like he has the nail bed and everything.
That's fucking weird.
Well, not this one, obviously.
I think everybody left to go watch Andrea Burkhart. They're like, we don't need this anymore. We don't need this in our lives. Oh, wrong. It's wrong. Wrong, Sleuthy. Mr. Big Toe. I'm not Googling 6-inch toes, Travis. I am not doing it. He is now demonetized. All the toes. All right. We're gonna go. I haven't even had dinner. I need to have dinner. There's Andrea Burkhart's live again. Are there big toes that look like thumbs? Oh, there's not. Let me look. Darn it, I was trying to get off here, but now I got to know the answer. Are there big toes that look like a thumb?
I have
Does
literally.
your big toe look like a thumb? Is that why you call it a thumb toe?
No, my feet are beautiful. Number one. And number two, they look perfectly like feet and toes.
No, Google doesn't understand that. Nope, only thumbs that look like toes. Not the other way around. There's no.
I don't know, Miku. I am one bad day away from selling pictures of my feet on the internet.
Aren't we all, Sleuthy? Aren't we all? All right. Love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with us all night. It's been a roller coaster. I think we've done. Is it toe of interest? Is it teal? Fucking Michael. It's so. Love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be going back in time with the Christina Parcell case, reading pretrial motions. Oh, that was a good one. I need to go get some food now. Love you, Sleuthy.
Love you. I'm glad you went live.
Yes, me too. I couldn't do it last night, so we did it tonight. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here hanging out with us, and we love you for it. I'll see you guys mañana. Have a good one.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.